hasn't got an inspiration?
I
Me,
still have my.
but I
aim
don't
last
remember.
Let's see. We finished off. See, I came in really late, but from what I understand, we finished off Lady Floating Knife person. She poofed. She turned into smoke. She badmouthed us for a little while. We ran over. Gronka fell off a cliff. We saved him. We went back. Chased a goblin. Grew some poisonous mushrooms that Sable decided to run into. We gusted the poison away. Found the goblin. Found some switches. Activated said switches. We're coming back out, and that's it.
Yeah, fight took up most of the session, didn't it?
night. Yes.
Yeah.
I almost killed people.
If you already got an inspiration, then Zerth.
I don't think I do, but I'll mark.
Okay. Right. So, as we jump back in. I shall reiterate what you see right now.
A yellow line.
Yeah, I think that was. No,
That's a rope.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
a rope. Okay.
So, straight ahead of you, you see a series of wooden walls, kind of all hastily patched together across a series of thin wooden struts, kind of wedged into the ground and the roof. It's a fairly low hung ceiling, kind of like this is a hole in the wall that's been carved into the rock.
This is.
Yes. And across the river, you see a rope that's been wedged onto either side.
Alright. So, does this appear to be the place where we heard, like, the shifting of stone on stone from?
You're not sure whereabouts this shifting of stone against stone noise is located. It seemed very sourceless, kind of throughout the cave.
Well, I mean, it's worth. The question is, if we don't know where it's gone, this is the only sort of path that we know of. I think it might be worth looking into at least.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
We don't know
can
where
do
the other one
also
is.
just like a quick cursory. Zerth with this torch is going to do a quick cursory. Oop, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Like, look about the cave, see if anything's different.
Okay.
Good.
So you're gonna so you take about say 10 minutes to kind of journey your way throughout the cave. Nothing so far seems any different.
All right. Quick question. Can I see them from where I'm at right now? Or is it just, is there like rocks in the way? Yeah.
Let me
Like a
check
wall or
from your
something?
perspective here. You can see the faint glimmer of what looks like a kind of torchlight, kind of silhouetting about 4 figures up in the distance there.
Okay. Alright. Then we shall travel back with this torch. Alright, so I guess, are we gonna like rope bridge, like rope crawl this?
I mean, I feel like the more dexterous of us should go first, and then sort of help hold the line as everyone else crosses. At the moment, it's hooked onto the other side.
Yeah.
So I think
Oh, yeah.
maybe Grunker,
Hmm.
because he's small.
Yeah. Are we in a hurry?
I mean, I don't want. There's a ritual supposedly going on, so I
Yeah,
imagine
right,
we
right,
are.
Ritual. Yeah. Right. The ritual. Right. Well.
Well, I'm gonna
Yes.
hold on to the rope on this end just to help stabilize it.
Okay.
Well. Since Grunka remembers the water and he doesn't really like it, he is going to tie some hemp rope around himself and give the other end to someone else to hold in case he falls off.
Again.
Yes. So he doesn't just get swept away and killed in some waterfall.
Makes sense.
I guess he gives the rope to Vellum because he's a strong boy.
Okay. So you're gonna start making your way across the rope then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just make a an athletics check with advantage since Vellum is helping you with the rope. Just to see if the rope holds and you don't get swept away.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a 20.
So, as you struggle across the the oncoming waves, kind of washing and bashing against you, you quite easily make your way across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Practically unhindered.
If a bit wet.
Grunka shakes himself like a dog.
Okay, so who's next?
Well, Grunk can hold it from that end, so
Mhm.
He
I think
holds the
maybe.
rope.
Yeah, somebody needs to help hold it. Do we? No, there's already somebody holding it from that end, so this end's fine because I tied
Yeah.
it up.
Also, Grunka kind of
Yeah.
takes the rope back that he's have around himself,
Mhm.
put him in his back.
I'll test the waters, as it were. I'll see if it's sort of safe for regular-sized people. So athletics.
Yep. Just make a athletics check with advantage since Grunk is helping you. Yep. You.
Nope, no, I accidentally moved the rope. Oh no!
Oh no.
The rope has been moved. Just a moment. There we go. That's what I
Yep.
wanted to
So,
do.
doing the exact same thing, you make your way across, no issue.
Is there anything else here, or is this like a wall?
It's like a hastily kind of rickety boarded up wall.
I'm gonna try and break that down because if we got more people coming over, then kind of need
Sure.
space.
Just make
Whack
just
it.
make an attack roll. Oof. Yeah, you.
You hit the inanimate object.
Yeah, it's not hard to kind of hit down. You bring down one half of this wooden wall, kind of splinters everywhere, great big explosion.
Alright, I'm gonna scoot on in here. Grunka should be okay to help with the rope, so I'm just making some space.
So, let me see here. So you immediately kind of find yourself, Vellum, looking down the very narrow passageway. One thing you immediately notice is the place is dotted with loads and loads of spider webs. You see kind of stalagmites and stalactites that have kind of melded together, forming these weird, almost sinewy like pillars of rock that stretch upward about 40 feet or so. And you see a bit down the passageway the faintest glimmer of moonlight at the end of the tunnel where the webs seem to get thicker.
Well, I'm not gonna go anywhere for now because it's a bad idea.
Okay.
I see this like very clearly.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Hang on, I clicked back by mistake because it's so close next to my push to talk.
I see. Okay.
Bugger. Right, hang on.
Zerth is gonna say, "Look out!" and then he's gonna throw the torch over because he's not gonna carry that while he's going across a rope.
Yes,
Okay.
carrying fire
Ju-
across
just
the rope.
make a general athletics check to see if you can throw it.
All right then, let's see if this
Okay.
works out.
How good your throwing arm is.
Wait, +0. Haha!
Yep, you throw it right by Grunker's feet.
I'll let you be in charge of the torch when you get over here.
Yeah. And then crawling across. Make another check, probably.
Better
You
make a
got
check
advantage, so-
before you crawl.
12.
I mean, it's just doing the hanging, like, crawl thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take a
Crawling
dip with
across
your
the rope,
legs.
man. As long as you hold on, you'll be alright.
Yeah. So you keep you hold on as much as you can, but one of your hands kind of slips away from the rope. You kind of find yourself a bit stranded in the center of this in the center of the rope here. I'd say just make another athletics check with advantage. As these waves threaten to sweep you away.
18. Nice.
So you push through the oncoming water, and kind of steal yourself, grasp back
Oh,
a
wait,
hold
is
of the rope.
this-
Sorry.
Okay. For some reason I was thinking this was suspended above the water, like a good 10-something feet, I guess. So
I
this
think
is
it's
like
like
literally
above
a
the
foot
water,
above the
but
water.
still.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
So we're basically fording the
sh-
river.
shore
Pretty much.
is it's not very high. It's about 5 feet up.
Okay.
You can
So,
see
so we're basically good
yeah.
old-fashioned fording the river. Gotcha.
yeah, you can see as you look down the river, it declines about a good 30 odd feet, and that's why it's flowing downriver. So Zerth manages to rappel to kind of ford across without much issue after that initial after the initial
Mm-hmm. All right. Who's next?
I guess I'll go.
All right. Oh, Salyun stepped up.
Oh, okay.
No, so you're just checking to see if it's loosened up in the meantime.
just make a general investigation check. Yeah, it's still in there pretty securely.
Ye-
I have a bad feeling that when Angrim is gonna pass.
You'll be fine.
He's
We'll
gonna
have
sink
multiple
like a
people
brick.
here to hold the rope.
Yeah, I guess we could like drag him across.
Yeah, if worst comes to worst and it snaps under his weight, then we'll just pull him across.
The rope is secure. You should be able to go over without trouble.
Okay, so Balthazar's going to step up to the rope, and he's going to try and make his way across. Let me find his character sheet here. Yep, he makes his way across, no issue. Great big strong demon arms. And Arngrim's going next.
in before fail. Never mind.
Yep, he makes his way across.
Oh, by the way, Jenner,
Mm-hmm.
we can see when you roll on the stream with dice that go flying across the screen.
Right, okay, hang on. Let me turn it off. There we go. Okay.
I mean, can you not see it when I do that?
No, I
Nope.
we thought about on the stream. Because you don't have a stream viewer anymore. It's just directly from the DM screen.
Alright.
Yeah, I've just rejoined as player. That's all. So you can't see. Nope, you can't see any behind the scenes stuff.
Alright, so I guess Iron will go. Ugh. Alright.
Oof, good thing it's its advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so Siren makes her way across, no issue.
Nero, your turn.
Alright.
I'll scoot down a little more. I forgot how many people we have.
Yeah, we have many people. Athletics, right? Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, good.
Hang on, no, I'm gonna rejoin the stream chat, stream view. Okay, so Mr. Sean kind of grasps a hold of the rope, makes his way across, using his dexterous experience with not much issue. That just leaves Sao Yun behind.
Yeah. Athletics with advantage.
Yep, as Mr. Sean takes a hold of the rope, helps his companions out.
Ooh. Thank God for that fucking advantage. Alright, let's get moving, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of bottlenecked as it is. So.
Yeah.
So, as you travel down the passageway, you kind of duck under some of the smaller webs. But you notice some of these webs are very, very large.
Mm.
The floor is also completely covered in faint glistening strands of old silk. You also start to see, kind of dotted around the walls, occasionally small balls of webbing.
I do not like this. Not at all.
You and me both, but where else is there to go?
Zerth comes up and starts setting fire to the big webs.
Isn't there threads all along the ground?
I mean, they're small, old silk.
Funnily enough, you can actually burn spider webs fine enough, and it won't actually spread because it burns too fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and as
Unless
a
we're talking one of those massive tree-spanning webs, because holy shit, that was.
so as you watch Zerth hold up the torch to one of the webs, you watch it instantly go up and vanish. You see kind of cinders spreading across the floor, but not probably not enough to catch too much fire. Just you can smell the scent of burned webbing. It's not a pleasant smell.
So it's kind of like steel wool, like that kind of slow smoldering kind of thing that travels through it.
Sort of, yes.
By the way, Zerth's also looking up at the ceiling.
Well, what are you looking for?
Of giant ass spiders.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Giant ass spiders.
With I'm gonna say with disadvantage, because as you look across the ceiling, you see that it is absolutely covered in webbing, which kind of blocks out most of the light from your torch, and it just
That's
seems.
investigation, not perception.
Yes, because you are specifically searching for spiders.
Okay. You said with disadvantage?
Yes, because of all the webbing kind of blocking out the light from the ceiling, it looks like from the darkness it kind of goes up forever almost. It's almost like you're in this this kind of what's the word
Abyss.
ravine almost.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah. You do see some of the webbing kind of move a bit. But that's about it.
I inform the rest of the party that there might be the creators of these giant webs might still be above us.
Oh no.
Well,
So
I'm
everybody
ready.
stay really close and possibly hold hands so you can tell if anyone gets taken.
Well, I have lower health, so I'm going way back here.
Gruka would like to examine this corpse.
What? Oh, right.
Is it actually there, or is it not a feature?
Yeah, it's there. It looks desiccated. Like it's probably been there for a while. And you see it kind of slumped against a very large stone, with fairly dusty tome on its lap. Looks to be cloaked in old kind of fraying robes. It's looks like it's seen its fair share of time worn. It's a time worn, desiccated corpse.
Yeah. I take the tome.
Yep. Looks fairly dusty. Parts of it almost kind of crumble in your hands almost, but it's still fairly intact.
Slowly open.
Spider jumps out at you.
It talks about the search for
Clayton, I guess.
it talks about the search for certain magical items talks about how it talks about an organization called the Ebony Enclave, and how this person was probably sent out by them to search for magical items. Talks about its experience with the Ebony Enclave, how it dates back, how the organization itself kind of dates back about 500 years or so.
Drunk understanding most of that will give the book to Cert.
So, shall we continue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, maybe Drunk should go first because he can literally see the end of this corridor.
Yeah. Siren's holding Nero's hand.
Okay.
As they walk.
So as you
Holding on tight because she is absolutely terrified of spiders, especially ones bigger than her.
so as
Maybe
you
stick her in the middle instead of at the back.
So as you move your way forward, I'd like you all to make a stealth check. If you're trying to move forward without alerting these the denizens of this ravine.
We have 8 stealth checks. Don't like our chances.
Oh.
With or without advantage.
I'd say a regular roll, since Mr. Sean here has he dispelled Pass Without a Trace earlier, didn't he?
Yeah.
And also there's a torch, so...
Yeah.
Surf just upends and goes poof.
Yeah. The torch just winks out of existence too. No, the torch is just floating in midair. You're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
So it looks like the rest of the party isn't doing quite as well.
Let me make a
Good
stealth
thing they're
check
at the
here.
back.
That was for Arngrim. He's not very stealthy.
Are we just like,
Neither is Siren or Sao Yun.
everyone's just playing?
That was for Balthazar.
Zerth hands out
no.
instruments so everyone can start playing.
Hang on, things being slow again. Bloody.
It's okay, you got a lot going on in it.
Oh, and the rest of you kind of lose track of Sean as he kind of vanishes into the shadows from somewhere.
Oh no.
Sorry, what was that?
The rest of you kind of lose track of Agent Sean. You're not sure where he's gone. It seems like he's probably knowing him, he's probably kind of hidden in the shadows somewhere.
Very well so.
Spooky ass dude.
He's a
Right,
nice
let's
guy. No women.
let's go before anything jumps out at us.
Okay, so you're making your way down.
Making our way
No way
down.
downtown.
Noisily.
Making my way downtown.
I'm not at the front, I'm just moving myself further, so we're not going one space at a time.
Zerth is still just setting fire to these giant ass webs.
Yep.
Not very stealthy.
I mean, I feel like as a
Let's go.
group, we're kind of abandoned stealth. I'm sorry.
Go.
Mm.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's easy just to move everyone as a clump.
Yeah.
Something wonderful has happened.
It's
I spy with my little eyes something that glows.
So, at the end of the tunnel, you see what looks like a kind of a small pedestal around 6 feet in diameter. Atop this plinth, you see a large, kind of blue-headed hammer, which seems to glimmer from this column of moonlight that beams down through a kind of a massive network of empty webbing above.
I sense that we probably shouldn't touch that.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, you get those too?
Duh.
Yeah. This hammer is currently kind of surrounded in these this kind of crisscrossing network of silvery kind of glimmering, almost wet in appearance, kind of a great big webbing.
well, I know how to deal with that.
Yep. So go ahead.
How heavy does
We'll be
that
back here.
to be about?
You could also look at it dead end. Also, again,
that's frustrating.
you forgot Dude Man up there.
So, how heavy does this hammer look?
Looks it looks like it could probably be held in one hand of a probably standard 6-foot humanoid maybe.
Alright then,
Yeah,
I'm going to mage hand the hammer towards us.
Yeah, you forgot the dude guy up there.
Oh.
He'll be wherever he wants to be.
Yeah, we don't even know where he is.
Yeah. So
Oh,
fuck him.
That's tough.
you guys have no idea.
Yeah, so Neural's gonna try to mage hand the hammer.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just make a general sleight of hand check for your mage hand there, to kind of weave it in through this network of spider webs. Yes.
I hope it's not more than 5 pounds.
That's why I asked.
Like the most tense game of Operation almost. Your steady mage hand grasps and kind of maneuvers the hammer through this complex intertwining threads of the thread of the web.
Simon, my forehead's getting sweaty.
Yeah, just put it on the floor for now.
Yep.
Wouldn't let anyone touch it until
So you
the
stick it on the
more
floor
magically
here.
inclined people.
Yeah, I was gonna put it like here and just lay it on
Yeah.
the floor.
So clunk onto the stone floor.
Why don't you magic lot take a look at it before anyone goes touching it? He's sort of
Let's do an Arcana check.
Sure.
Didn't someone have identify?
I do.
Salian does.
that would be good. Do you have it prepared or available?
I
can do it for
have
free, can't you?
it. I can cast Identify as a ritual and without needing material components.
That'd be like 10 minutes of our time. We've already gone the wrong way, so let's see if it's vaguely cursed or not, and then we'll just take it with us and identify it.
I mean,
I mean, the
it
only way to
true.
sense its curse is to identify.
No, okay.
It looks like a strange, stonish, bluish stonish hammer to you, Zerth. It just nothing much else though. Although
Maybe we should have Angrim look at it. He seems to know this stuff.
sorry.
Maybe we should have Angrim look at this hammer. He seems to know stuff like this.
About hammers?
Yeah.
He's a
you
dwarf.
know, you don't.
I
Even
also
though that's
know about
racist. You're a dwarf, you know about hammers.
Hey, that's a bit racist.
I didn't
Well,
mean it like that.
So
I'm just
basically,
messing with you.
Oh,
So, based on just looks, it's a sort of. You say it's like a stone hammer?
Yeah, but it's kind of blue and you know, like it's very almost like it's been carved from a hefty chunk of stone, but it's been half-assed, kind of ramshackled together.
So the odd coloration makes it look like it's sort of a strange, unknown stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of bluish, and around the corners you see as it's kind of been aged and worn. Around the corners, kind of a yellowish color.
Right. Well, Valen, no stranger to picking up stupid shit. He's gonna get his tools out.
Okay.
Get the tongs. And just pop those in his bag. Pop that in his bag with the tongs.
Okay. One moment.
Had sudden flashbacks to being in a void and shit happening.
Hey, it worked.
Well, at
This
least
isn't
nobody's
leaking,
gonna
so-
die.
I will
Leaking, so-
put that into your handouts here. One moment.
Look, I didn't technically touch it. We know that works because I tried
There
it
you go.
before. And it fancy. I'm also gonna add it in my inventory so I know that I have it. Sponge brew hammer. Right. Well, we can take a look at this later,
Yeah.
but we still don't know where we're going for this.
So as you pick it up, just for clarity, as you pick it up, Vellum, this hammer seems to be kind of improvised from like brass bindings, kind of iron nuts and bolts, as well as like arcane crystals on the sides. Bound in the center, at the head of this hammer, is a huge chunk of bluish rock.
It's a stone hammer of instant death.
Right. Well,
Hmm.
back we go, I guess. Unless we can go up there.
Oh, I completely forgot to ask. Do I know where the ritual's taking place and how to get there from here?
Yeah, we really should have asked you that sooner.
Yeah, I completely forgot. I
You're-
have history in the area.
You're not sure. Any talk about this so-called ritual was fairly hush hush, even amongst the ranks of you know, the lower ranks of these cultists. You suspect that only the higher ups knew whereabouts this was.
Hmm.
Great. This isn't even the right way. Better double time it back.
Could I make a possible history check to remember the lay of the land and see where would a likely spot for this ritual to be taking place be?
Sure.
Okay,
What's
then.
annoying is all we know is that the smoke bitch went up the water towards the top, but that could be fucking it.
Well, you do know that this you know, that this cave is probably not the place where they would where this so-called ritual would take place. You did hear kind of whisperings about in somewhere with water, lots of water.
Helpful.
Huh. Hmm.
And you did notice kind of this cultist woman using her necklace to communicate.
Her neck. Oh, I have that. So, I may have a slight idea of where we should be heading. Remember that river ocean thing that our goblin fell into, Grunka?
Mhm.
If we follow that, we may be able to get a general idea of where to go.
Well, better than sitting here. Let's get moving.
And while we head off, I'm going to like take a closer look at the amulet that I picked up and see if I can figure out like how to use it and stuff.
Okay.
If it is a communication thing.
Just make a general arcana check.
Oh,
Okay.
We have an atlas.
Oh shit.
He's not in the chat yet, but he's in text.
Atlas.
Okay. Right. Oh, right. Okay. Grandma emergency. I see. Right. Okay. As you take a closer look at this amulet, I'm going to ask you to join me in the DM's whisper room.
Oh, there is one.
Mysterious.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So, you peer closely at this necklace. You can see it's silver chain, but hanging from it is the amulet itself appears to be in the shape of a black four-sided diamond with a carving of an abstract-looking eye in it. The brooch is smooth to the touch, as if carved from some sort of black marble. So as you grasp it firmly in your kind of tiny kobold hands, you do sense a familiar type of magic on this necklace. The magic has faded somewhat. There's nothing left but residual magic. However, getting a feel for the essence of this leftover magic, you know the enchantment was some kind of arcane communications, similar to what you know as the message spell, but over longer distances. You close your hands over the talisman for a moment, and for a moment you concentrate. You soon find yourself concentrating on nothing but your own breath. You channel out all other sound, the kind of rushing of the water, the sounds from the caves. Even under the warmth of your palms, the talisman feels sort of cold to the touch. And then all of a sudden, you find yourself thrust through visions of soaring over the trees. Everything seems warped and distorted as if in a dream. You see overhead before you the mouth of the Kesman River. You look below and see a series of small islands that make up the mouth's delta. You look to your side. You see the sprawling harbour of Morkney in the distance. Then you look up ahead and see the Garen's Ridge mountains bordering the Moorland forest beyond. And then comes another flash. You see within the mountains a small gathering of drying trees. You see the grass dried and withered and dead. You make your way through this forest of once living flora. You come upon figures in the black. You come across figures in black in the formation of some kind of like caravan, kind of walking up the side of this mountain. Various goblins pulling carts of what look like hundreds upon hundreds of soul stones. As you follow them, you find that they're all funneling towards one location at the centre of this forest, a tall entranceway of what looks like some kind of long abandoned and overgrown crypt. Another flash of white fills your vision. You're in darkness, but you see before you a pit filled with bones. As your vision adjusts to the darkness, you see on the other side of this pit a figure dressed in a lavish black trench coat trimmed with silver. His skin is a very pale grey, and his eyes a familiar shade of glowing red. His hair is bleach white and shoulder length. Beneath his trench coat you see the glimmer of kind of black and silver armour and a hilt of a sword. He gestures his arms in a graceful motion towards the ceiling. Above you, you see a whirling circle of soul stones, and hear the familiar whining of hundreds of souls. Stones circle around above you, and there's a flash of red, and the bones of the pit all begin to sink. There's a noise of this immense clattering slowly clears. A wash of cold, moist air hits your face, and you peer down into the pit to see an enormous portal opening up in the floor. You watch the bones all plummet down into the roiling surface of what looks like the sea beyond, and then the great portal closes over.
Oh.
The figure turns around and begins to walk over to one of the cultists that's been helping him, before he stops, and then looks straight through the darkness towards you. You see this kind of smile of recognition that he once had, and then turns into a wide-eyed expression of shock, anger, and horror. He shoots out an arm and twists his hand in the air in a series of arcane runes. And you find yourself lurching back into reality from some kind of vision that you've just had.
If you
Oh,
actually
hello.
be,
So
I can load up.
the rest of you watch as Nero kind of wakes up from this daze that she's just had, clutching this amulet in her hands.
You alright there?
1 second. Yeah, as soon as Nero snaps out his vision, she sort of like falls to her knees and is like sweating. If kobolds can even sweat. And panting. Okay. That was different. I think I know where they're going though.
Do tell.
And I forgot the name of the mountains that Jana mentioned.
One moment.
We weren't there, so.
I know, I'm... Wait for Jana.
I will whisper it.
By the way, Jenner. Just as a side note, if you unmute the stream, we can actually hear you in the whisper room.
Well, don't turn the
You're not supposed to stream snipe.
I said the
know.
exact
I
same
have
fucking
the
thing.
stream up to view the map in case anything like happens out of my view.
Well, then just mute it.
That's cheating.
Not really, since we're kind of always looking at the same, although the lighting on stream is a bit lighter than what I can see in game for some reason.
But you should
Yeah, I
again.
forget there's a setting of the dynamic lighting. I don't remember where, but it has places you have explored still be visible, but not like visible. It's like a faded
Fog of war.
gray. So you still.
I mean,
So,
you should only be. You should. I mean, you shouldn't really be looking at the stream in the first place, since that. I mean, since the stream is lighter than what you can see, and what you can see should only be what you can see.
Alright, then I'll close it down.
Good boy.
Yee.
Okay, so do you remember them, Nick?
yeah. They seem to be heading towards, Garan's Ridge Mountains.
Oh, so it's not in here.
No. But they had so many soul stones. I couldn't even count how many they had.
And what was that grinding of stone on stone?
probably the secret passageway opening.
There's a secret passageway opening. Do you know of it?
No, I mean the area we're in. I don't
No.
remember being here before. So,
Well, all I know is I broke some boards down to get in here, so I don't think it was any secret passage sort of.
right. Well, I know we'll have to head now.
Yeah, let's get out of this shell. Okay, I heard skittering. Let's
no.
get the fuck out of here. I don't know if that was Jana or if that was somebody trying to be funny, but it sort of prompted me to remember, hey, there's spiders in here. Let's fucking go. I think we're all dashing, yeah?
Oh, Janet, one last question. The person I saw
Mhm.
at the very end. Was it possibly the man from the locket that I was also able to find?
Possibly.
Maybe.
Okay then. Let's get out of here now, please. I don't want to.
As
deal with
you
spiders.
as you move past Grunker, you watch. It's from down the side of the webbing here.
What webbing?
What webbing?
No. Oh wait, yes. I've got
The
my other.
exact reason Zerth was doing that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hang on. I've got
literally told them that while you were in
I've
the
got
whisper
I've got
room.
my I've got my GM overlay. Whoops.
Ah, okay. There are no webbings.
Yeah.
Because fuck
those
spiders.
No, don't put your people in spiders. Bad.
So as you make your way through this tunnel, you hear the sourceless skittering.
I have to run like really fast.
Yeah, let's go. I hate
Yeah, we're all
spiders.
dashing to the rope, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. We were discussing things while you were in secret time. It's basically what we're going to do next. Sort of. Okay, well, running, yes.
Just a reminder that Grunke have 2 points of exhaustion and his speed is halved.
Oh right. Well, somebody pick him up then.
All right. I imagine Arngrim does. Who's actually the strongest among us?
He weighs 55,
Not me.
whatever units of measurement.
I don't know actually. We're all either Dex or Charisma.
Mr. General, are we going for like pounds or kilos when it comes to weight?
We'll just keep it consistent with with D&D. Just pounds will be fine.
Okay, so Grunke is 55 pounds then.
How off kilter does Nero look after her zoning out spectacle?
Pretty.
Yeah, she seems fairly dizzy.
Well, time to pick up the cobble.
Ah,
We're picking up the kobold and the goblin, and we're running.
Okay.
Yep, grab a cobble and run. Not in a sort of by the collar thing, but just sort of under the arm like last time.
Fireman carry.
Fucking cheese it.
Uh-oh,
Oh lordy.
As you come face to face,
order.
Oh, hello.
kind of silently moving down the cavern wall, a massive black spider. It clicks its mandibles together, and you see thick, oozing green oozing kind of green salivating from what you
Grunker has no.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
kind of salivating from what you presume to be its mouth. Kind of all 8 of its size and meet yours as a group, and it kind of rears back and readies 2 dripping fangs beneath its mandibles.
So,
And the rest of you hear skittering behind you as well.
Blitz the fucking spider. We're not getting pincered.
He could only do he could only do 1 opportunity attack.
Well, yes, but we have to get past him still. He's a big boy.
And I'm out of fucking spells. Woo-ha.
Good thing we got a bunch of martial fighters, including a hexblade.
Did I see?
One moment.
So we rolling initiative. Oh no! I just looked down.
It's the worst part about having such a good night vision. I can see everything.
Oh god, I can see everything.
Like like when I was up here, I could literally see this hammer down here.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, there's a hammer down there.
Yeah, I was kind of wanted to mention it, but I was like, So I also kind of knew that this was a dead end.
Either way, it's combat time. So let's
Suddenly,
focus on that.
the giant spider, before you, kind of reels back in pain.
Oh hey, yeah, it's the guy we forgot about.
Alright! Mr. Sean!
And it slumps back. It kind of slumps onto the floor. Its legs kind of curling up, kind of twitching.
Ew.
Oh yeah, motherfucker, one shot.
Yeah, that was a fucking natural 20 and a and a bloody sneak attack as well. So yeah,
He was having none of that horse shit. Right, so run.
Yep.
get your horses
Off
moving.
we go.
And you watch kind of this swarm of giant spiders begin to descend from the kind of chasm above.
Where's the spider have on its back?
It's a spots, I guess. It's got
Jana?
bacne.
Jana,
So- Sorry,
Saryun would like to do something.
go ahead. What would you like to do?
Remember those bombs I have?
Oh,
yes. I support this completely.
Alright. While
Oh,
everybody
no.
runs past her, Saryun halts for a moment, reaches down into a side pouch on her that leads directly into her backpack, and pulls out one of the bombs, and just
Okay,
turns
wait,
to everybody and just goes, "Run!"
okay,
and
wait.
proceeds to light the fuse on the bomb.
Okay, hang on a bit. Just before that, I asked Janner like what the spider had on its back. Is it like anything interesting, or is it just like
well,
markings?
make a just make a plain perception check with disadvantage because you are currently bolting right now. So using your kind of your Grunker vision, your Goblin Deep Dweller vision, through the dark you can see kind of these red sacs on its abdomen, and it looks like kind of faintly pulsing. You suspect that these are spider eggs.
Look, I grabbed one.
Ugh.
Okay. So kind of snap one up from its abdomen.
He's now covered in spiders.
You can see as you kind of hold it up to the torch to the torchlight kind of that Nero's holding. Zerth, as you're yeah, there we go. As you're running, you can see what looks like a kind of a small curled up spider within this red egg.
Yeah, but he's looking while we're running.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Not for very much longer.
So who's holding the rope while we're going over? Preferably somebody with the most health. Or a lot of armor.
You know what I said about seeing everything? I really wish I didn't.
Yeah. I think Argrid should go
Yeah.
last because he's heavy and we can pull him across.
Oh,
Velem's gonna approach the rope, just sort of still holding Nero under his arm.
Okay.
Like, right, hold on to something. We're going over.
There's a lot of
Uh-oh.
spiders back there, guys.
Hold on tight,
Otherwise,
right?
Siren has like, yeah, old Nero up.
It's basically while we're running, it's like, right, fucking going.
Huh?
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, there's a lot of them.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, there are. Why do you think Velum immediately went for the rope? Okay, so Jana, how do you want to handle this? Because Nero's holding on to Velum while Velum is crossing.
So, okay. I'd say since this rope has been secured, I will say well, normally it would be at an advantage, but since you are being kind of you're
Clung to.
yeah
We ain't
yeah
got time for this.
yeah. So just roll a straight athletics check.
Just keep my head above water. I don't like water either.
Keep my head above.
In the hurry of it all, it's just like fuck.
Blub 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 blub. You're
Damn it, the rope again! I keep moving the
you
rope.
make it about halfway before the kind of the constant weight of having to make your way across and Nero at the same time. You lose grip from one of your hands, and you get about halfway across, kind of your head being bashed by the waves here, by the current.
We're still on the rope though, right?
Still on the rope, just about.
Right, I'm gonna steady myself, get my hand back on the rope, and hopefully
Okay.
try and cross the rest of it.
Make another athletics check.
Do I have anything?
I do want to ready an action that if I go over, I'm gonna try and throw Nero.
Okay.
Toss the small bolts.
And I think I'm being thrown now.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what Jana says.
I'll say for Nero, I will say just make a general dexterity check to see how far you can push off of Velum to kind of jump across.
No.
Oh
Can
no!
she get advantage for me throwing her?
I will sure out of mercy.
So basically, my grip slips, and in sort of the falling motion, I just go overarm and sploosh.
Yep.
Well, damn it, fucking rope again. Couldn't that go on the GM layer? Or the map layer or something?
The GM layer is invisible.
Okay, well, yeah, because...
There you go.
Yeah, because I keep selecting the fucking rope for some reason. Okay, so... where do I sploosh in? Like here?
Yeah, you sploosh in there and you kind of move downstream about 5 feet as the current takes you.
Can I try and grab the side since I'm that close?
Sure. I'll say make a straight dexterity check to see if you can grasp a hold of rock in time. So
Fucking shitty ass rolls.
you are holding that rock by the skin of your nails right now.
Okay, let's go to everyone else now that I'm vaguely
Yeah,
safe.
yeah. What's everyone else doing as this wave of spiders is slowly approaching you?
I'm sure Nerl can help you.
So-
Sayun is currently lighting a bomb.
Okay.
And I guess Gurunka would like to throw a javelin at the spider.
Oh, hang on. Everything's been slow again.
If anything, just to kinda push it back a little. Slow it. Tiny amount.
Oh, typo. Good job, me.
Well, you're kind of.
Page
Then
unresponsive.
So who's going next on the rope?
Not me. I'm about to blow this shit.
Okay, so Arngrim and Saoyun are not going because Arngrim is going to be last because he's fucking heavy,
Mm.
and Saoyun's about to blow the place.
Siren's gonna go.
Yeah, and
Because
Grunke's just
Nero's
gonna.
across.
And Grunke's planning to throw the javelin.
Athletics. Advantage. Because it's tied up.
Okay, so what's happening again?
Oh, shit. Wait, did I?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me re-roll that because
Let's not
I
look at
might
the
have-
right person.
Because
Yeah.
that's Earth, not.
okay. So it's again. Athletics advantage.
the right person.
There we go.
Slightly better. Jan, you having trouble?
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just setting up some.
Dramatic music, yeah, I noticed.
Yes. Okay, so what's happening?
Sorry.
Rapid pace though. We've got dramatic music. We have to go.
So
Siren's
Siren's going
going.
across.
Okay, okay. So Saoyun's going to.
Athletics.
Saoyun and Arngrim are going to be last because
Okay.
reasons.
So, Siren, you are crossing with advantage there.
Yes.
It's
Yep.
15.
So you just about make it across.
Alright.
Grunke would like to throw a javelin at this thing. The big spider.
Okay, roll attack. Yep, that
17.
hits.
Yeah, 3 damage.
Yep.
Roll 1. Yeah, it's kind of to like make it so that it's not like just unhindered running. That it's like
Yeah, which does slow it down a bit, and it kind of lets out this.
Like that?
Yeah.
The music chimed in at the perfect time.
So yeah, I just have a firebolt ready for the first spider I see.
Okay.
Because I'm too weak to help anyone.
You're not weak, it's just, I'm bigger than you are, and pulling me up would be a nightmare.
I have 7 strength.
Hmm.
I am weak.
So, Sean's going to launch a crossbow bolt at this boy. So, there's no initiative here right now. We're just doing off the cuff. It pierces it right
So, who's next?
right in the eye. Depends who wants to go. There's a lot of spiders here.
Zerth is going to. What's Zerth going to do? Zerth is going to once again throw the torch
Okay.
and try to make it across because
Just make a general athletics check just to see how far I can launch it.
good roll. Yeah. And then he's gonna jump on the rope.
Okay. Make
Before
another.
he does, he puts his hand on Grunka and says, "You can do it, little one." And he gives him inspiration. And then he's gonna athletics his way across.
Okay, just make another athletics check with advantage.
And make sure he actually does it for the right character.
Oh, sure, everyone else gets it. I'm kidding.
19.
Yeah, you make it across, no issue.
Hello.
So, one moment. Slowness. So much shit going on.
Don't worry, it'll be fine once we get rid of a couple of party members.
Indeed.
That sounds harsh.
Well, I mean, I feel like we're just gonna send them, the characters that are being phased out, back to town to tell them about what's going on.
Okay.
And then the rest of us are
So,
gonna use the actual.
Sao Yun. This spider crawls over his dead companion and kind of it kind of reels upwards and then whoosh, kind of sends out a bolt of webbing from its abdomen towards you. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, you hit.
Yep. You are currently restrained by webbing.
Alright, I'm restrained and covered in webbing with a lit bomb in my hand. Great.
So, yeah, seeing as I had a firebolt ready for if I saw a spider and I see this one, can I throw the fireball at it?
Sure, go ahead.
There's a wall in between you and it, I believe.
You can just about see yeah,
Just see it.
yeah,
Throw it
just
in
about.
between your legs.
Like that's where the wall ends,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where she is.
Yep, that hits. Roll damage.
Yeah.
You watch it kind of reel back as it as this bolt of fire spreads across its eyes. Looks hurt. So what's everyone else doing?
Oh man, I just turned up the music and I hear all the crawling things. It's really creeping me out right now.
Yeah, that's the point.
I prefer if we get the rest of the party over before I do anything, because my action turn is gonna be like literally whatever ends this possibly.
You're
Somebody
kind of
needs to get Sao Yun out of the web.
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Sean's going
Okay.
to fire a bolt at this boy, which goes wide off into the darkness.
You can throw another javelin.
Wait, is Vellum still hanging?
Yep.
It's
There's no one
go
strong
home.
enough to really pull him up yet. It's been all the casters.
Yeah. Zerth, if you got to try and pull him up, just make a general athletics check, just to
Alright.
see how strong you are
I'll
against
probably-
against the
If
current.
it seems like he's going to fall in, I'm going to let go.
Okay.
Okay, so the advantage I got from recounting is a 1d10, right?
The
Or the
inspiration.
inspiration I got?
Yeah. 1d10 inspiration.
I'm gonna use it.
Will it be enough?
Yunka would also like to throw his last javelin at the spider.
Okay.
Fine,
Go ahead. Roll attack.
Damn, a 9, really?
9.
No, his hand is just too wet, and he slip out of his hand, and he drifts over
5 damage.
down here.
Yeah, there. Alright. Just not do that again.
5 damage.
Yep, 5 damage. You
Maybe
hit.
you've dropped your precious fucking torch.
I'll hit you
that
with
was a joke. by the
You
way.
watch.
I wasn't
You watch the javelin pierce the side of its abdomen, and some of the eggs kind of burst, and tiny little spiders crawl out and squeal out into the darkness.
Oh god.
But it's still alive.
Still alive, yes, but it's hurting.
Okay. I would also like to kind of walk up to Sayun and try and get her out of the webs.
Okay, make a strength check. I think that'll be. Let me see what that is. That is a. Yeah. Strength check. Yeah. Oh, you do get some of the webbing loose, but she is still bound up in silvery silk.
Someone help. I mean, there's also a hexblade there. He can do things. technically.
Oh yes, yes. Sorry, this.
I know
yeah.
he's not here. It's just like I don't want to. Yeah.
Does Arngrim have guidance? Is this like the best clerical?
Is it? I
Fucking-
never see it used.
Really? It's a at will. It's cantrip. It's an at will 1d4 to all
He-
skill checks.
No,
does,
it's only ability score checks.
He does not have. He does not have that. He has mending, word of radiance, and toll the dead.
Guiding is though pretty good.
It's okay, but it's so niche. I never see it used.
It's niche, but it's good.
So Arngrim's going to try and make his way over.
Oh god.
Yeah, but skill checks are ability checks.
No, I've had this discussion before with many DMs, and they all agree it's ability score checks, not skill checks, because they're specified
Yep.
in rules as skill
And
checks.
he clunks his way over.
Oh, of course he makes it over.
And Balthazar is going to try and see if he can, shove his way past Agent Hayden Sean here. And try and get Sao Yun free. But before he does that, he's going to make a swipe. Well, no. Actually, he's going to cast Eldritch Blast at this boy.
The boy.
Yep. Deals 9 damage. And this guy's really hurting now. You can say, and as you look ahead, you see all of these spiders begin to kind of crawl up the walls, trying to make their way around towards you. He's going to strength check to try and get you free. And with that, rips the rest of the webbing off of you, Sao Yun. Go!
Fire in the hole!
Alright.
It's
Um,
Natless.
Finally available. I'm so sorry.
There we go.
Players, I have to finish wrapping.
Atlas,
That's okay.
you're just in the nick of time.
We're escaping
Yeah,
from
baby.
spiders.
Oh god, I just see the GIF right now. What's happening above us?
Yep.
Spiders!
Well, it's more like tunneling down, like running down a tunnel, but yeah, pretty
Who
much the
has
same.
fire spells?
I have fire
Well-
spells. I've been using them whenever I can.
Okay, you still have those bombs too, right, Sal?
Saryon's literally about to throw one.
She literally
Either throw one or
Going
commit
to
the
burn
ultimate
through
sacrifice.
holy flame.
Nah, throw it.
But yeah, Saryon was going to throw one when most of the people were across, but then she got webbed.
Yeah, and now she's free of the web.
Perfect. Don't Allahu Akbar us.
I will if it saves the rest of the party.
Yeah, I just said noble as it may be. Don't do that.
You don't know us well enough to do that for us.
Well, maybe she doesn't. It's like, oh shit, I'd rather die than be eaten by spiders.
Ow! Let go
Can
of the
someone-
bomb! Trust me!
Someone catch me up real quick on what has happened.
Okay, so we went across this river and down this tunnel. Turns out it wasn't where the ritual was like we thought, but we found a
We found the
mysterious stone hammer.
A stone hammer that had like brass bindings and bolts and some
Yeah,
gems on
Jenna
it.
was showing the handout. But yeah, we realized this wasn't it, but then Nirel had like some kind of moment. We don't know the specifics of it, but now she knows where the ritual is taking place, and it's in a completely different location.
Oh,
So-
right.
It's not in this cave like we thought, which is a relief, but also a problem. So we started heading back, and then spiders. And fucking Stealthy McGee over there crit sneak attacked the giant one, and fucked it up in one shot, so...
So,
But
I mean, there's still, like-
strike.
There's still 4 of them, of equal size. But yeah,
Correct me if I am wrong. I vaguely remember at the early part of the game, there was talk about cultists to, I want to say, like, the southeast near the shore.
Isn't this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is that location. You know, with their creepy cultist ritual site. I don't know if they have like a Stonehenge thing going on, or if it is indeed this cave. But if we don't know,
You do know that this was kind of one of two options for you to look into. There was this cave and the kind of Stonehenge-ish looking place.
Exactly, yeah, because there was the prisoner cave site and then there was the ritual site. So
Yeah.
I think we actually already know where the other place is.
Yeah, but the location
Maybe.
we just learned from Neril is a
Maybe.
mountain.
Well, where else? The top of fucking mountain peak where you can see the great stars of Zathnu align
Well-
with the moon and, you know, whatever.
We'll see when we
Yeah.
get to the map if they coincide in location, but there may be a
Hmm.
third location as well.
Either way, if any of
I
us
also
get
want
out
to
of here
take a
alive,
note
we
that,
can find
just
out.
to clarify, there are no such things as skill checks. They're all ability checks. Like, I can cite multiple pages in the player handbook that say they're all. It's just a subset of an ability check. So guidance works for
Yes.
every single skill check.
We will
requires
dispute
an-
this later on when we're not being chased by spiders.
Yeah,
Indeed.
let's get back to this shit show.
Okay, let me log in really fast. Again, thank you for your patience with me, and I'm sorry for the unprecedented delay. I don't have any ways to...
Atlas, shut the fuck up. It was an emergency. It got taken care of.
Hey,
You're
hey,
all good.
no swearing. This is a Christian server.
This is Christian server. I'm
Bitch,
sorry, did
try
you
me.
just say oof? No swearing on my Christian Roblox RP server.
Right. Well,
I will
Well-
go full Deus Vault on this shit.
right. We'll let Atlas log in since he hasn't done any actions towards these yet. Just so you are aware, Atlas, we're not doing initiative rolls since there are so many of these spiders.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a off the cuff kind of This is a very off the cuff.
Okay.
Very snappy.
Perfect. I will work with that then. Okay, so I have still both my characters. Where's my other dude?
Ignore that
Go ahead.
dexterity check. I was using it as an example.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Whoa,
He's current-
check it me out as I get to scroll down. Okay. The one in front of me just bit some dust.
Yeah, and there's
let's
this
see.
boy.
That one is
Okay.
really injured.
And you can see now all of these spiders are beginning to kind of crawl up the walls and across this vast network of webbing across which almost form like a ceiling almost, except the true kind of ravine extends a long way up, and the webbing kind of fades into the darkness above. So they're seeking other means to get to you, since this area around here is pretty cramped. So they're going other ways.
All right, they're crawling up the walls. So right, like that brown one to the far side.
Yep.
With a circular flourish of his blade, then Balthazar will mutter something perhaps incredibly quickly, slowly at the same time, in a maddeningly confusing way, in reverse, and point his blade as a blast of purple-green flame shoots out and gives him one of those.
Okay.
Welcome
Who,
back.
which spider boy are you?
I'll go for the climbing brown spider.
Okay. Well then that hits.
Try
Roll
and knock
damage.
him off the wall. Well, bam.
You do knock him off the wall, yes, but his burned kind of greenish burning husk falls back to back down to the floor, dead.
Yeah, there you go. That's the best way to knock him off the wall.
Death is the ultimate crowd control.
Yeah. Okay. Should I wait further for Arngrim to do anything, since it's weird and I have to?
Arngrim is already across the river.
Oh, I see him over here.
Yeah, Arngrim's across the river already.
So
Mr.
Arngrim's down here.
Mr.
No,
Sean
he's
is
up here.
Mr. Sean is
We're
going
going
to
back from the right. We're
Yeah.
going towards the
Oh,
left.
perfect.
Mr. Sean is
All
going
right.
to launch another bolt, which just kind of plunges right into the center of this spider's eyes, and it kind of falls to the floor, curls up dead.
Good.
Didn't have much health left.
Doesn't need to.
How about we run?
For the sake of this, I'm gonna clear up this area. Here we go.
Perfect.
It's still full of dead spiders, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just it's just visually too much noise.
Token. You'll get too many red X's, and you're like,
Okay, so the spiders begin to kind of crawl back down the walls towards you. And this boy here is going to make a web attack towards you, Balthazar.
okay.
That's
Number to beat is 19.
that's a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that beats 19.
Yep, and you are currently restrained.
Okay. Oof.
And this one
Where's my AC at 18?
is going to make a bite attack towards you, Saoyun. That's a 21 to hit.
Jesus Christ, that hits.
I'm running really well. Sorry about this.
Yeah.
How long is
No,
the
it's
fuse
fine.
in that? How long is the fuse in that bomb, by the way?
I'd say, chuck it now. I would say.
I mean, I said I was going to light it, but I haven't actually lit it yet.
Light
Oh.
it now.
Everything else
I
has been
will
compiling
say-
in actions of the others.
It's a fairly short fuse. I would say about 3 seconds.
Cool.
So yeah, that deals 6 piercing damage.
So we're gonna have to go back across and help people.
I
Maybe.
mean, you
Speed
guys.
is 0. Attacks have disadvantage. Attacks to me have advantage. Save dex saving throws disadvantage. So this is gonna get bad.
Or to
Okay,
be
I
honest,
have a
can't
new
even see
plan.
what's going on over there. So
I have a new plan. Everyone tie yourself to the rope, and everyone on this side just pull them. Because we can't leave one person behind because they'll get webbed.
Remember how we joked about a party TKO?
a TPK.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking
All right.
spiders.
I'm guessing, seeing that now,
Come on, guys.
Balthazar is whipped. Saoyun quickly turns around to Gronka and just more or less grabs him by the collar and chucks him at Balthazar while saying, "Free him."
Strength check.
Yep.
Was it?
Gonna be
Uh,
beat a DC of 12.
And I have inspiration because Surf gave it to me.
Mhm.
What's that? It was a
1d6.
1d slash roll. 1d6 and 11.
I mean,
Are you?
you do manage to get some of the webbing off of him, but not quite enough to free him. As you're kind of frantically peeling off this silken coat of his.
What?
Come on, guys.
Those earth
Okay.
is
Oof.
Is
time to
this
rub down
kind
and
of-
throw you into element.
is
Oh,
this
what the hell?
Yeah.
Saoyun is gonna just try and help Balthazar free as well.
Okay.
And
I'll say Grunker and Saoyun make no, just Saoyun actually. Make a strength check with disadvantage. No, not disadvantage. Advantage even.
Yeah, because I'm half.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep. Between the two of you, you managed to get Balthazar free, no problem.
While just getting him free of the web, she just looks him in the eyes and says, "Run!" And just
And that's when this boy is going to make a bite attack towards the newly freed Balthazar. That is a 19 to hit.
That meets, he hits.
Yep, that's
And I respect to grin.
that's 9. That is 9 piercing and 2 poison.
Okay. My boy.
I'm gonna throw a fireball at this one.
Okay,
I can.
go ahead.
Zerth is also gonna throw the torch back, screaming, "Use it on the webbing!"
Oh Christ! The first thing I see is Saoyun's health.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not good.
Oh,
We're not, like, seeing
yep.
this part.
A roll that definitely hits. That is a crit, my dude. Roll damage.
Yeah, so the damage twice, right? Or it just roll the automatic.
Yep.
Yeah, yes, just kick the firebolt.
Yeah,
I
click
think- I
take
think-
damage, it automatically does the crit.
Yeah, I think it's.
Can Argrim take an action?
Sure, go ahead.
Cool.
I'm just gonna have him toll the dead on that brown spider next to
Okay.
Saoyun and just try and get it off her.
Oof.
Run, let the NPC die.
Well, I mean, you would be able to toll the dead, except Neril kind of lights that shit on fire. And
Oh, perfect.
roasts-
He's just like,
roasts
you
it.
face retro. Oh, okay then. Fuck me.
Not to draw away from the spider massacre, but Zerth has just thrown a rope to me. Can I try and grab it?
Yep, go ahead. Make a general dexterity check to see if you can catch it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I
you're
got it.
on point.
No
You
problem.
catch it, tie it into a knot. Like,
A
Around
very-
my waist, I'm just
yep.
pulling myself back.
Yep. With a natural 20, you pull yourself up, no problem.
Fuck, I'm
Would have
so
been pretty fun. Would have been pretty funny if you died because of that and not anyone died of the spiders.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the
So
spiders.
very quickly, you are building up a fairly substantial pile of kind of giant spider corpses around here.
We'll run. Back off, at least.
Mr. Sean is going to have another go with his crossbow. Oh, natural 20.
oh, damn.
Janner's just like, what if I use the special dice tonight? The special dice, you know, the ones that makes everything a little bit more interesting.
I'm rolling like a pro. That's 11 plus 2
Oh, look,
piercing.
someone with a weighted die.
Which
Sure.
lands
Getting the fuck away.
Yep, lands right
Yeah.
between the eyes. Spider's hurt. Very hurt. So, what's everyone else doing?
Yunkai kind of grabbing the back of Sayun and what's his name?
Balthazar.
Balthazar, just kind of grabbing them with each hand and just pulling them back
Okay.
Okay.
away from all this bullshit, so that they're not in fucking.
Oh,
melee.
And Sean's going to back away as well.
Just kind of pulls them like a square back, I guess.
Rest of you, run! I'll hold them off.
They were famous last words.
Fly, you fools!
So it's like, remember to bring the. Oh wait, there's another one over here. Okay.
We have so many torches.
Because
Don't
there is
worry
another
about it.
torch right over here. So.
Torches for days.
Okay.
Also, we have like torches in our backpacks and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna waste those. When I have a nice one right over here.
You think I can throw a fireball at this one over here? Or is this one dead? It's hard to tell.
It is.
I mean, it's 120 feet, so.
So, wait, what are you gusting?
I am currently gusting down the hallway towards the spiders to try and you know,
Slow him
either
down.
obscure them or try and push them back. I mean, they have 8
so
eyes. The chances are they're gonna get dust in one.
Oh.
so that's the first one. Yeah, one medium or smaller creature that you must choose. Must choose a dexterity
Yes.
saving throw. Okay. So you
It says strength.
strength saving throw. Yeah. So and it doesn't seem to affect them because they are a large creature.
Motherfucker!
They are giant spiders. They are large creatures.
Shit!
But they
It was
burn.
worth a try.
Time to go.
All right.
Stop your fucking around and run!
And I'm going to keep throwing them.
That's our
cover
cue.
fire.
Grab Sal and start pulling her back too. Shield up behind us as we retreat with the disengage.
Okay.
And I'll be throwing cover fire, namely at this one.
Yeah. How about we just keep backing off until we can actually cross the river?
Yeah.
Just go already.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna stand in a fucking wall.
Yeah. Okay. So
Go.
so
Set Sal
go
over
away.
first. She's ranged and she's nearly dead. Fucking Jesus.
Wasn't throw the
Wait.
bomb.
Shit! Fuck! Piss!
No,
Shit!
bomb.
Fuck!
Oh, that bomb.
Sao turns to Balthazar and just goes, "The bomb isn't lit."
Go.
Grab Tarch, hold it up, tap the bomb. It is now.
And she chucks the motherfucker in between the spider.
okay.
How big is the
So
radius of that
just
thing?
roll your bomb damage.
I do believe it was 2d6 and then a concussive explosion.
Okay.
Stepped aside so you could.
Say concussive explosion do again.
I think it's something like the same thing as Gust does, where they does a strength save or be pushed back.
Okay. So just roll your yeah.
It's fire damage, by the way.
Okay. So you watch Sao Yun kind of throw. Well, actually, I won't take away your moment of glory here. You describe your attack here.
Fair enough. As Sayun chucks the bomb in between the spiders, it explodes, while the shell fragments. A roaring ball of fire expands. I think it was 20 feet across from point of origin.
Okay.
Or not from point of origin, but like from side to side. So 10 feet from point of origin and out. Right there. You see it? Or do I need to paint
Yeah.
it?
One. Go ahead and paint it. I'll. Don't worry. I know what to do.
There's your red marker. But yeah, a roaring ball of,
So what is-
explosive force, basically. And then we just fucking leg it across the river, I guess.
And you watch as all the spiders kind of get as each of them get burned, they kind of reel back and.
Oh god. The lag explosion.
Not
And they all-
only that, it's like we're in a cave. This is a tunnel. We're basically amplifying the sound that comes from it.
Oh yes.
What?
Get across the rope already.
Yes.
One of you go.
You all watch as they kind of hiss away from this explosion, this enormous fireball that kind of rattles the cavern. And you watch as some of the stones begin to kind of crumble down the sides of the wall.
Right. Gronka will take his rope again. He will toss it to Sion, tie it around himself, and then start to get over.
Okay, just make a general athletics check with advantage.
Yep. Winners.
Yep, you just about managed to get past.
You dip
Yeah.
your toes a bit. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. And now
If a bit
there
wet.
is and now there's a rope between Gronka and Sion.
Okay,
What is this yellow line?
It's a rope.
that's the rope. Okay, so
you
who's
had a
going
backup
next?
line.
Huh?
So you-
Balthasar, please.
So again.
Meanwhile, Mr. Agent Hayden Shawn is just a pew, 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 with his two kind of
Jesus Lord.
yeah. It's like you can see now. It's almost like kind of a chamber of revolving crossbow bolts, which kind of is kind of built into the crossbow, and it's kind of.
Did you ever see Van Helsing?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
Yes, like handguns of those.
I was kind of thinking more. Yeah.
All right. I guess since Balthasar apparently insists, Sayun is gonna cross.
Yeah, so you don't eat shit.
Athletics with advantage, correct?
Yep.
And you still have the rope to Gronka.
Yep. You make your way across, no issue.
Yeah.
And Balthazar,
Gronka take back.
And she goes.
Mr. Shawn looks over his shoulder and says to you, "Go. I'll be over shortly." As he kind of fires one, kind of sticks it into the side of one of the spiders.
This is where he dies.
Looks down to all the spiders. I'm sure you.
That boy either gonna die or he gonna pull a fucking anime move and jump.
Nah, you're gonna die.
Oh shit.
I can
He's an
Oh no!
That's dude.
No, you. As soon as you try. Yep. you
Oh, no.
you soon
I know
find
how this is
yourself.
going.
You soon find yourself drifting down the current.
Zerth still has that rope that he tossed the vellum, so he's gonna toss it out to Balthazar.
Yep. Just make it.
Blaming that on some leftover webbing that's impeding.
Yeah. Yeah, just make a general athletics check to see how far you can throw the rope.
Oh, God.
And Balthazar, Dexter, I'd say, nope. I mean,
Gronka
throws it about. Sorry.
Gronka try and throw his rope.
Okay.
There's ropes all flying around him.
Yep.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm going to do? As I see the rope falling short, I'm going to mage hand the tip of it and have it move
Okay.
to Zara. Because I can
Okay.
do that.
Oh, shit.
Good idea.
Think.
Good idea. So yeah, you
So,
quite
sleight of hand like before, or does it just work?
well.
I mean,
It just works with as the rope kind of lands here with a sploosh, a very pathetic sploosh at that. Neril kind of gestures her hand and kind of floats the end. You watch a spectral hand appear at the end of the rope, which kind of floats over to Balthazar here. I'd like you to make a general dexterity check with advantage because Neril is helping you technically to see if you can grab a hold of the rope.
Ken!
You just about managed to kind of grasp the end of it with the like the skin of your fingertips on one hand, but you're still kind of stuck there right now, kind of fighting
That
against the
works.
tide.
I mean, as soon as Zerth sees.
Meanwhile, the
Balthazar
rest of you can
getting
see
the
the
rope,
spiders
he's gonna
begin
start pulling him back.
to close in on Mr. Shawn here. as they scramble up the walls to avoid the fireball.
Get on the fucking rope already, Jesus!
Alive.
By the way, whose rope was it that you gave Balthazar? Was it third Sögrim,
Because I think.
Mr. Sean looks over his shoulder briefly to Balthazar, looks back to the rope. Oh, fuck it. And as he sheathes his crossbow, he kind of yanks the rope out of the ground and kind of briefly ties it around his waist. And he jumps in towards Balthazar. Grab a hold of me! I'd like you to make
One
a...
hand on that rope, the other on Hayden.
Yes.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
Yep, just make a general dexterity check with advantage because well, both Neril and Hayden Sean are helping you right now.
He's helping me. Okay. There we go.
Yep.
Almost really bad.
So, with two ropes in tow, the both of you begin to drift forwards.
Hey.
Yeah.
As
You're gonna, like,
as the
or
rope
like
sort.
pull.
Oh, hang on. As the rope sort of follows the both of you.
You're gonna like to grab the rope and pull.
Yep. Go ahead. Make a strength check with advantage. Athletics even.
No, athletics. Okay.
You get to add some mods.
Yeah.
Yep.
After that.
With his almost titanic tiny grip, Grunker kind of yanks backwards, almost stumbling across a few rocks on his way back, but manages
Fucking pulling an anime right now.
Yeah.
manages to get the both of you up onto the shore.
Excellent.
And you watch as the spiders all kind of begin to make their way to the edge of this edge of this cavern, and then kind of hiss at you pathetically almost as they seem quite afraid of the water.
I'm throwing a fireball at this one.
Firebolt or fireball, either way.
I don't have.
Behaves pathetically. You have beaten the encounter. I kill him anyway. Are you sure you want?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just roll for firebolt.
Minus. This is what she does to them.
That hits.
Rip. May we all remember the valiant sacrifice of Torch.
Yeah.
And with that, you incinerate this poor fucker as he collapses into the water. Slowly begins to drift down the corpse of this spider.
Yeah. It's okay. Torch will come back.
Fuck you and your baby.
Now we can go.
Yeah.
Just see all the other ones starting to pour down. We should have gone before.
Let us go now. And then
You watch
I
as
pull out Torch
some
2.0 from this.
some of them begin to kind of lose interest as well. Begin to scurry back up into their webs.
Meanwhile, Sayun is visibly exhausted to the point where she is just... I don't think I can move.
Which is light from the from the tunnel you just came out of, from the fireball, kind of gently burning. You all, Sean's just kind of panting with the sense of adrenaline kind of filling your nerves, your bloodstream. Kind of begin to start shaking off this near-death experience you all had at the hand of spiders.
I will be honest. I was fully prepared to have Sayun die if it meant saving the party.
That would have been a little
Honourable
We've known
intentions.
each other like 2 weeks.
But what a 2 weeks.
Is everyone okay?
Hardly,
Yeah.
but we live.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say about no.
That's not a number though.
Can
Aye,
we,
but it's your answer.
can we find somewhere to set up camp already? Soaked, I'm tired.
Outside of the cave, please.
Hey, Tanner.
Yep.
Grinka would like to look at the spider egg again.
Oh no.
Okay.
Latches. Latches onto your
Already
It's-
squashed it.
It's fairly.
There's no more smash.
Hold up, the rest of you, before you do that, before you start wandering off.
No, no.
Alright, let's just stop and hear what
Grunker's having a moment. So as you hold it in your hand, it's very slippery to the touch. It kind of almost you can feel this spider embryo kind of moving in your hand almost. It's very very red and glistening in the torchlight.
Grinka gently put it back in his bag, or no. Now I put it in one of his pockets,
Okay.
and he gently pats the pockets, and then he follows the other ones.
Okay. So you put it back in your pocket. You make your way towards the rest of the party. So, what's the rest of you guys doing?
leaving.
Yes, we're on our way out.
Yeah,
Also,
clamoring
while
against
we're
cave walls.
here on this, because I don't think Zerth actually checked this part of the cave, he's gonna look for anything that might have opened that might explain stone on stone.
One moment. So you notice that within this storage room there seems to be another room. A very
Aha.
square-shaped hole in the wall. You notice hasn't been there before.
Oh, so
When
that's
you
open.
when you came in, when you initially you do remember that there was previously a goblin here, kind of rifling through the crates.
Zerth goes in and checks.
Okay. Seems to be like a similar statue to the one you previously encountered, except surrounding it, various kind of like what you presume to be offerings, various kind of gems almost, some kind of fine leathers almost, and a few well, what look to be fairly not quite perfect quality, but still kind of like two gold ingots almost.
Zerth takes them.
Okay. And you
the
also
jewels and
find
the leathers, and he starts handing out. Well, he just grabs everything that he can.
Yeah.
And
so overall you get an onyx, a quartz, a citrine, a star rose quartz, 2 gold ingots, and a set of 4 fine leathers.
Hey, can I get those ingots?
Dude, chill.
My blacksmithing has no chill.
Gold breastplate, anyone?
I'll say gold is a horrible metal for blacksmithing. So no,
Not if you make jewelry.
I can't wear it.
you're a blacksmith, not a jeweler. And then he goes off and starts heading out because that
Yeah.
explains the metal one.
Does
that
anyone
explains the
else
stone on stone.
want to do anything?
Grinka would like to check this room and see if there's anything of value in this.
Okay.
don't
Just
think we went through
just
that, did
make a general perception check. I'd say
Perception or investigation?
actually yeah, just a general investigation check.
They're the same for me, but still.
Yeah.
Vellum is too exhausted and fucking waterlogged to give a shit about semantics right now. About the fucking gold dueling
it's
blacksmith argument.
I mean, you see plenty of crates with what will look like various different kind of insignias on them, probably from like various various trading organisations. You also very easily notice, because it's not very hard to miss. There's what look like kind of square indentations on the stone floor where there looks like there's been a lack of dust. It looks like there were previously some crates here which are now missing. And you also, it's also not very hard to notice that there's a few open crates around. That kind of like a low red hum, kind of a low red glow to them.
Well, since Gunka really like glowy stuff, he is gonna check what that is.
Okay. So you move over here, and you kind of peek over into this crate. You noticed as you kind of followed your friends in here, being escorted by goblins. You noticed this that this goblin was kind of rummaging around in what looked like what sounded like a crate of gems. And you see hundreds upon hundreds of soul stones. Absolutely filling this crate.
Gunka's gonna take the shiniest one.
Okay.
Shiniest.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Saving throw.
Oh shit, that's right, you're unarmored. Holy shit, that's right, you're a barbarian.
Yeah.
So as you take one of these soul stones, remembering what happened to Sao Yun once she first took a hold of it, you withstand this oncoming sensation of dread and coldness through your veins as you watch the blackness kind of spider up your arm. But then you clench and kind of resist it.
Yeah.
And it
Put
seeps
it in my
back back into the soul stone.
Put it in my bag.
So mark off one soul stone in your inventory.
Yeah.
I will put that
Shiny.
in your
Shiny.
handouts as well. One moment.
The shiny soulstone.
There you go.
So what? We have now 3 separate soul stones.
You have 3
Between
soul
us.
stones. Yes.
Mine is shiny.
Jesus, wait. Hold on, it should be more, because Balthazar has one. That makes 4.
Oh right.
Why are we collecting these things anyway?
Shiny.
No idea.
Power.
Shiny. So, Gunka's just gonna take a quick peek on the statue. There's like nothing to press or prod on it.
I'd say make an investigation check.
Yeah, if you ignore the
Nope.
big red Dexter laboratory button.
I mean, it looks like a pretty statue. Nothing that you can
There
see.
it is.
Yeah.
There it is, boys. It's the dreaded 0.
Yeah. Gunka's just gonna kinda take this is like a statue of a man, is it?
It seems to be a similar statue to the one you encountered around the mushroom room.
Yeah. Gunka's just gonna kinda take one of the toes and break it off. Put it in
Make
your
make a general strength check to see if you can break off the stone. Yep. Snap off one of the stone toes.
Put it in the bag.
So just mark off one stone toe in your inventory.
You ain't going away empty-handed.
I love how so many people want to collect valuable artifacts or, ingots of precious metals or ancient cultural pieces worth, you know, millennia of history. And Grunk is just like, oh, that's a nice stone toe.
It looks shiny.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you could see his inventory right now,
Oh god.
it's something.
Where is he?
We get outside now.
Oh god, he's in
Onward.
Yes.
Okay. So as you all begin to make your way outside,
Whole army of spiders is outside waiting for him.
An entire army.
God
And they're
damn.
fucking pissed.
you find
That was the
yourselves
scouting party
wandering
ready to die.
the immediate area around outside where you encountered the goblin seems fairly clear. Doesn't seem to be any immediate threat for now.
So no immediate threat.
Nope, no immediate threat.
now.
For now.
Alright, let's set up camp.
Okay.
I can take first watch.
Well, Vellum's gonna need to stay up a bit anyway because he's gonna dry his clothes. Because, yeah, he was kind of in the water for a long time.
Prestidigitation?
What's that?
Do any of our casters have prestidigitation?
I have one. I have prestidigitation.
Oh,
Okay.
Good.
Also near
Yeah.
dry clothes.
feels kind
I
of.
didn't have it.
That feels like cheating. That's fighter talk to me.
Exactly, I'm a fighter.
I know.
It's cheating just a magic your clothes dry. It's like, eh.
Well, this
know-
coming from the fighter that also doesn't wear armor, so
I'm working on it.
I'll be dry.
I'm working on it.
So, Zerth
Just
and
whip it off
Siren
your manly
are
chest.
fine with being dry by quick, efficient means.
Yeah. Let's see. What else can we do?
I mean, 2 per watch is always the thing, especially with how many fucking party members we've got.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll take
For the
first
time
watch
being,
from
that's
Nero,
best.
and then who wants middle watch? Well,
Balthazar.
first middle watch. It's like 4. It's 4 parts of the night, right?
And we also
Sayun
have,
is down and out and will not be taking a watch.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
gonna say, let the most injured people sleep fully, and everyone else who is still.
Okay, so just pair yourselves off in watch pairs if you can.
Alright, so. Nero.
How many watches will there be?
Yeah, is it 4 or 3? I always forget.
and Alice, you need to pull Balthazar
Yeah,
into
I
it.
just realized I have to pull him over.
I will do the same with Mr. Sean.
There we have a first,
and Balthazar,
second, and
second
third
watch.
watch.
You're gonna have 2 points of exhaustion, and he is gonna fucking sleep.
Use the buddy system.
So Nero, Vellum, Siren, Balthazar, Zerth, and I guess Arngrim.
Yeah, that works.
So move yourself over to the appropriate slot.
Gronka and Sayun are gonna sleep like fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you need the rest the most.
Poor Grunka. He had.
I assume this is a long rest, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought
yeah.
so.
Exhaustion only gets away with long rests, don't they?
Was it?
They do. I believe you take off 1 level of exhaustion per long rest, or is it
Yeah.
all?
It's not entirety. That's why exhaustion is scary.
Yeah.
Okay, so first watch. As Neril and Vellum kind of sit around the recent fire they've lit, as the rest of the party take a well-earned rest for the evening. Is there anything
You're
you'd
doing a
like to
long rest, Grunka, so.
Alright, you get everything back.
Yeah.
Right, never mind. Just put everything back.
So as you take this well-needed downtime, what would you like to talk about?
So, this is not how I expected.
What do you mean?
Well, I went out to like explore the world and own my craft, and didn't think I'd end up in a cave, get waterlogged, running from spiders.
Yeah, life's funny like that.
It's got a sick
I
sense
know.
of humor.
Yeah. Like, my family had absolutely no magic in it whatsoever, and somehow I'm a sorcerer, which is magic through bloodline, I think.
Wrong person to ask. I don't know anything about this magic law.
Yeah, just so... Life's weird. So,
Thanks for that. Saves me
Yeah.
trying.
why did you want to travel the world?
Well, back home wasn't getting any better, and I can't really get better at what I want to do if I'm stuck in one place.
Oh. So, you traveled to better yourself?
Pretty much, yeah. But mostly it was just better than staying where I was.
Oh. I see.
So what was that? Didn't catch that.
She just said I see.
What about you then?
Oh, I traveled to figure out why I have magic when in all reality I shouldn't have it.
Well, I'm sure there's people you can talk to about that.
Yeah, but all the people I have talked to are confused about it. Because the type of magic I do is supposed to be passed down through a bloodline of sort. As far as I can tell, I'm the only magical person in my family, and I'm the first one. So, yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
Are you sure your parents are your parents?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure.
I ain't got no idea then.
That'd have to be a good question. So, I never actually asked before. Why are you shirtless?
I haven't finished my newest set of armor yet, and I refuse to use anything that ain't made by me.
Oh,
Yeah, that leather I was wearing, I took that with me, and look how that ended up. It ended up shredded scraps, doing me no good.
yeah. Well, maybe you could ask for help or something, or maybe, and I'm trying not to be mean with this, but not be so prideful, I think?
Well, it's
Well,
if I'm gonna put my mark on anything, it's gonna be something that I did. If I go have somebody else help me, then I was it any of mine.
fair point, but maybe you could wear some just some armor you bought until you finish making your armor, and then you can swap over.
Like I said, I don't want to put my life in the hands of something that I didn't make.
Says the person who used the rope and nearly drowned.
Yeah, well,
Nero fucking brutal.
Wait, what did
brutal
she say?
nothing. He went down because he was saving her. If I had advantage like I would have, then I would have been fine. Anyway,
Nereless.
So,
Just yeah.
look, I think we're all in a huge hurry there, and you made it across, right?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, your clothes are dry now.
Yeah, I noticed. Thanks to that, saves me the hassle.
You're welcome.
so as Neril finishes drying Velem's clothing, hands it over to him. The watch goes by without.
Oh God, I wasn't wearing them.
Nope.
You know, you're just in your little
Yeah.
sash thing.
Your skivvies.
All right. Well, we'll say I was behind something because I assumed it was still on my body.
Yeah.
You have the
Long-
customary several fig leaves of honor.
The watch goes by without much issue. Who's taking second watch? That's Siren and Balthazar.
Siren and Balthazar.
Anything you'd like to talk about?
Yes. Oh boy, do we have some things to think about.
Oh yeah.
I'll start off by rolling this. That's about right. The talk I had in mind.
We had a long fucking day.
Maybe for more
You
spiders.
don't see anything out in the darkness, no. Nothing but the faint crowing, the faint winds, the kind of rustle of distant trees. Nothing much else.
That's Siren. Oh,
Balthazar is just staring up at the sky.
Beyond the distant mountains, you don't take notice of much else. It doesn't seem to be any immediate threat.
How long has it been
Sorry.
since we were out of those cages?
sorry. What was that? People were snickering.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself. I can't contain my laughter.
No, it's okay. Is it my shitty voice acting?
No,
You
it's
can
just
do
I
it.
literally couldn't hear you.
No, it's what I put in the chat that's making me laugh.
Oh. Wisdom save, not thinking about naked Oof!
Wouldn't that be more of a Constitution save?
Oh yeah.
To not-
Wisdom not.
Hold on, I'm tasting
to
bile
not-
in the back of my throat.
That's what we like to call an endurance check.
yeah.
Alright. Can we just let Siren and Balthazar have a
Law
talk
moment.
about...
Yeah,
Yes.
well, we should let
How
the
long has it been?
two.
How long has it been since we were out of those cages?
I do not know, brother. It is too long. Too long since our sister left us to come back again and save us.
Our camp was bigger before. It was louder and livelier. He's just kind of gonna look to our little campfire and back over to the cave. I already miss his cooking.
I guess we will be on rations for a while. I was never one to study his cooking. Just enjoy it.
Pause for a few minutes of silence. She seems quick. Open up to them. What do you make of it?
They would not last long in the Black Hand.
Maybe not. Still. Here, I don't know where we should go. Haven't had to make our own decisions in so long. What do you want to do?
You know my proclivities. You know what I'm after. I guess with you and our little sister, perhaps we can find a means of getting there. I don't know if this motley crew can help, but they at least seem good at some things.
watching the night shift, if nothing else. Kinda looks over and chuckles to the ill-equipped Vellum. I had strange dreams. Things. Would not call them visions, but felt as if the voice had talked about these people to me. I do not know why, but I feel that if we follow them in whatever road they are tracking, we will find what we want. That's what it told me.
Siren reaches out and touches his hand where he frequently summons his sword and asks, "Is this the voice of your patron?"
It was.
Well, you know, brother, I will always follow you. That is what family does, is it not?
Balthazar, you hear in the back of your mind the same voice that you talked to before.
Oh shit.
And that's all you hear. No one else does.
I heard the spooky voice, but I wasn't able to tell what it said.
It just said chains.
She's just kind of eyes, just little flourish of purple energies. He's just going to look up to the stars, and he'll place his other hand with its scorched black palm on top of Siren's and stare off to the stars and just nod. And that's all he has to say for the night.
Okay.
Yeah. So they basically are just kind of sitting there. It's like platonic cuddling.
Hmm.
Like, you know,
There you go.
brother and sister. Like, we just went through
Yeah.
a big ordeal. We lost a lot of people we cared about.
So the watch passes without much issue. Zerth and Arngrim, as you take the third and final watch, what would you like to talk about?
Oh, double.
So my
loaded.
friend.
Yes, it is.
So Zerth is just kind of idly sitting there, like plucking his what? Yes. Yeah, so he's just sitting there on his violin, kind of just lightly plucking it as they sit there and watch. And just asking a roll perception. Man, I'm gonna miss these skill rolls.
Aside from kind of a distant crow, kind of fluttering, kind of fluttering off of a nearby tree, kind of making a loud call, which kind of startles you for a second. You don't see much else.
So
Arngrim, you pretty much see the same thing. It catches both of your attention.
Flicker of the
Around
Crow,
the
you
crow.
said?
Yeah.
all right.
It's underneath that leaf.
So
Grim is pulling out his mess kit and preparing a little nighttime watch snack.
using those dwarven mushrooms.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Plucked right off the scalp. You know they're fresh.
Okay.
Uh,
So
so, sorry,
no, go ahead.
continue.
Go ahead.
Do
No,
you have
feel. I
anything
mean,
to
I
add
mean,
before we start?
feel free to interrupt me. That's completely fine. It
Okay,
pays
well, the
pays
same goes for you.
pays for good good RP moments, you know.
All right. So, I'm glad we made it out of those cages.
I'm very glad as well. I wasn't quite expecting to get into them, but in the end, I am quite glad that we did. It seemed that it definitely helped when dealing with the goblins and those rather large wolves.
Certainly. Ooh, it's good to be out. Normally I love being underground, but being within a cage, not as much.
As Arngrim says, stirring this rather nice, rather delicious smelling mushroom stew as it cooks on the fire.
So,
Stir.
my dwarven friends, I don't think I ever actually asked what brought you here. I mean, if it's okay for you to share. I know some things might be personal.
No. I owe you a great debt for saving me. Least is, I can be honest. Might have seen him, but... And he's gonna rifle through his bag and start pulling out his tablets. And he's going to pull out one, specifically, which has been chiseled mostly clean. There's one name at the bottom, and some dwarven runes. And he's going to start cracking that one through. After tonight, it is the last one of the first of 6. These are my clan's burdens. I'm setting out because I'm tired of being just a baker. I'm not the mercenary I said I am. Just trying to make a name.
Well,
You have this pressure. You're supposed to be some great hero like the stories of old. You're supposed to be someone to be proud of, but when you're locked away behind massive stone walls in the safest place of the world, you have to be heroic. Just kind of sets the stone tablet down and just looks at the pot for a moment.
Right.
Well, my friend, I actually know a thing or two about such stories. I myself am somewhat on a journey myself. You see, you might have known, or you might have noticed these in emotions to his, his violin, his drums, his flute. Like, I am an entertainer of sorts. And I am on a quest to become a bard, one of the masters of this world. And it seems that I have gotten somewhat sidetracked by these small adventures, but you do not have to if there's one thing I learned of being a bard, of walking amongst their people, of hearing their stories, is that everybody has a story, my friend. Everybody is a hero in their own right. Just because you are locked behind stone walls, behind stone gates, within a mountain, does not mean that you are not, that you do not make an impression in this world. You make an impression on everybody around you, everybody you come in contact with, that you meet, that you that you make mushroom soup for. It might be small. It might be small. It might be the lightest of scuffs, and he runs a finger over, like, the tablet. Or it might be a deep, ingrained change inside the person. And, like, he puts a hand on Arkhram's shoulder. It's like, you always leave a mark on the world. Never think otherwise.
You know, someone once say those same words. I don't like to think that it's wrong, that they can be wrong, but you aren't like what they said demons would be. You have a different kind of wisdom, and thank you for sharing it. I think that's the quality of a good friend.
Zerth nods and smiles. It's like, there's that kind of cocky, shit-eating grin that bards usually have. And it's like, I am glad to be a friend, a compatriot. You know what? I have to be traveling through many lands, through many places that can be dangerous. I need a companion on these travels, as someone to watch my back. Would you like to be that companion? Through these dangers, you very well might make a name for yourself. And I am always happy to write a song about you.
Kind of looks at his instrument for a moment. You can see the little twinkle in his eyes as the mustache, kind of scrunches side to side a little bit. Oh, well, I suppose if it means helping you, it's my responsibility, and hearing a song or two along the way wouldn't hurt. You know, that's a fine instrument, I have to say. But if you look at some of the metalworks of your pegs here, I think, well, no offense, but it could be a bit improved. We have some stringed instruments just like that up in Yorthrust, the Valley of the Mountain Home. If you want to pass by there sometime, there's this thing that we like to do for those that we're deeply grateful for, such as saving our hide. It's a bit of a musical drinking party of sorts, you could even say. It's pretty fun. And in this case, you would sort of be the guest of honor there. If it weren't for you, my family's lineage would have stopped with me. If you would like some time, I can take you up there and can see about an instrument, and maybe you can show some folks how it's played around the rest of the world.
I would like that very much, my friend. I think my journeys actually would come around to that eventually. So why not have a good friend alongside me to show me the ins and outs of this mountain home of yours?
Well, I can show you some ancient passages that will get you through them quicker than a whistle, lad. Besides, as he taps the empty stone tablet, this is 100 grudges cleared over the past 100 years. Should get this back home, he says with a loud tap. If you want to join me, I can escort you there.
I think I shall. I think I shall, my friend.
Good. But we'll save that for the morning. For now, we'll ladle out some soup and sniff it and pass it to Zerth.
And there
Let's
is,
have a snack.
and as the sun breaks over the mountains, you the rest of you come to as morning as morning wakefulness comes to all of you, and you smell the fresh smell of mushroom soup awaiting you.
Oh. Huh. Man, it's acting up.
Breakfast is early, lads. It's dawn. Sun's up and so are we. Here you go. As he ladles out some bowls and starts to set them down.
Hey, where do we go?
Yeah.
To the
That's
delight of
breakfast.
morning sun is where we went.
You
Yeah, I
were
mean, all
banished.
of the pogs disappeared from me.
Yeah, he changed maps, so it makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we. Let's see. So Nerul said what the mountain range was, right?
That was Garan's Ridge.
Garen's Ridge.
So, should we go to the map and sort of mark it off?
Map of Mayland. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Bum, 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 bum.
Never needed so much sleep in my life.
You look like you could use a little more.
Yeah, well, you try getting waterlogged and I'm exhausted to hell.
Oh, no, I understand. Kinda
So
looks you up and down.
so looking on your map, you recognise Cultist Hideout as the place you've just been.
So it was the same place. I think it's something else. Never mind. We're not on the map yet, at least I'm not.
No.
Like, visually on the game.
Yeah, we're still at the
Cultist
tree scene.
hideout, very well.
Well, it's in your handouts in your map of Mayland. I put it in there just so you can check it at will instead of me having to move you all to another
Pull it
screen.
up.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm having some technical issues over here.
That's
That's
fine.
fine.
Oh, no worries.
While
Oh, right, map.
everybody is sort of getting ready and having breakfast, Sayun is sitting a bit beside herself with her back to everybody, sort of rustling with something between her arms.
Kinda staring. You just smuggled something out from the cave there.
She turns
Little
her
palsy on
head.
dates.
Sayun turns her head in a bit of a sort of scared motion and just answers, "No, I'm just fixing something."
So, Jana, where's this mountain on the map?
Uh,
Right.
You know that it's southeast probably
Of here?
of Morkney Port.
Ah, Port Morkney. Mork Portney. Yes, okay, I get it now. Alright, cool.
Yeah, from your current position as you look out over the kind of tree line across the river, you can see what looks like a series of mountains, kind of silhouetted by the early morning sun. Those looks like those might be those might be the Garrens Ridge Mountains, but you're not quite sure. Since Neril didn't tell you that much, aside from just the name.
I look to the one person that is actually from around here, our roguey friend, and ask him about the mountain, where they might be.
Oh, I'm not quite sure myself. All I know was that they're in the Garrens Ridge Mountains, from what my little kobold friend told me. But if we can retrace her steps from what she must have seen, and probably make our way there. Although, if I'm honest, I don't like news about this other ritual that's taking place. These strange, like I said, about strange things about cultists sacrificing livestock, creating, oh, God knows what. These constructs of flesh and bone. If I'm honest, I'd much rather take out the reinforcements before we get rid of these higher ups.
Right, well, all well and good, but it's kind of in the opposite direction to town. I feel like somebody should be knowing about this in case, things go wrong.
Perhaps you're right. I could possibly send word back to town about the current situation, if you're willing to deal with these on your own. These cultists. So then you wouldn't. Then any kind of gets like a slightly kind of playful, cocky demeanour. Whether we wouldn't have me around, would you?
As an aside, Jenner, and also to those related, how are we going to phase out the old characters as we brought in the new ones?
So it's all right. I've got something in mind. So I've got something very specific in mind. Don't worry.
Okay, because I figured this would be a good out. Like, send them back to report, and then be like, oh hey.
If that's what you want to do, sure.
I mean, I'm just saying it would be a good out. I'm not saying if you had something planned, then that's great with everyone else, and that's fine. But obviously, to those related, it'd be down to them.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's been a couple of potential things that we've put forward.
I mean, ultimately, it's up to Avon and Atlas how they want to do it. But just
in all honesty, Zerth was probably going to, he got out and he's probably like, well, so Zerth kind of, after lunch or breakfast, and everybody kind of is getting settled in, talk of going off on her own, taking out higher ups and all this other stuff. Zerth just kind of stands up and he's like, so my friends, while this seems like something that all of y'all would be very comfortable with on your own, this isn't really this isn't at all the reason why I came here to put Morkney in this world. I have a lot of things to do, a lot of ground to cover, and in all honesty, I'm not a person who should be doing this. This is not my life. I am
So you
someone
keep it up.
who writes the stories, not someone who
What
acts them out.
are you saying? You're leaving? We've got. I mean, the very fate of Port Mockney could be in jeopardy. You talk about
Sarian
leaving?
peeks up a bit and simply looks at Agent Sean and goes, "He's not meant for fighting," is what he is saying.
Look, after what we just went through, I'm honestly surprised there's as many people still here as there is, so I honestly don't fault you.
Yes, there were many times where we very much almost died. And again, while I appreciate the adventure, and this will very much likely be put into song at a later date, so listen for that. But again, I'd prefer to, I guess, witness acts of heroism instead of acting them out. So I am sorry, Agent Sean. This is just not the kind of life that I would prefer to have. I still have very much to do. I have people that I need to fulfill promises to, and this is not a means of doing it. And Zerth pulls out the bag that he filled with the onyx quartz, citrine, starburst quartz ingots and leathers, and then kind of tosses them on the ground, kind of in the center of everybody. It's like, here, this is what was in the cave. I do not need it. I can easily earn my wear on my own with my music.
And then
So,
everyone dives on the fucking bag.
It's like, so I myself will be going, and again, I wish the best of luck to you. I hope that everything works out fine and that all ends up well. If anybody could do something about it, it is definitely all of you.
So you are leaving now?
Yes, it did seem that now was probably the best time before we get even deeper into anything. And I mean, they have these two, or sorry, these three.
Which
He
an
motions
eagle-
to
Eagle flying
Neural-
ahead.
What was that?
Eagle flying above. Kind of starts circling around.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ominous.
But yeah, like he motions to Neural and Balthazar and Siren is like, and they definitely seem to have some vengeance that needs to be repaid. So they have a lot more skin in this than I do, and they seem a lot more capable than I do.
Well,
Darn
if you
very well. Oh, go ahead.
well, if you think that's the best option, I wish you luck in your travels.
Grim's gonna cross his arms. There might be just cause then for me to also say the time is coming where I need to return home. As he pulls out his tablet and shows to the group. It is a custom of mine, and once I clear each tablet of all the grudges, I need to bring it back to update the Grimwire. If I don't, uneven punishment could be metered out. And kinda looks to Zerth. I have a debt to repay to this man for saving me. If he's not comfortable going further because he can't fight, it's something that should be respected, but we're in a dangerous place, and at the very least, I should escort the man I owe my life to to a safer spot. If he has to go, then it might be time for me to set off for now as well.
Just a sec.
The eagle circles closer.
Sal looks a bit sad at Arngrim for a moment and then sort of shrugs herself off a bit. Well, it was nice to travel with you for the time we had.
It was. I really liked traveling with you. But this doesn't have to be a complete goodbye, as he holds out a hand and gestures. I have to take care of some business here, and I have to help my friend get to safety. The only reason why I feel comfortable leaving with this is because I know if anything happens, take care of it, Savyun. Here. How about this? I don't know if you will be going north at all, go through Dwarven territories, but I can give you something that will help you come see me if you need to, or at the very least, my clan can vouch for you. Safe passage.
Eagle circles
I'll
closer.
do that for you. Circles closer still.
Hmm.
Is it a big
Sal's-
ass eagle or is it like a normal one?
You watch as the eagle kind of lands on the shoulder of Arngrim. It's a normal sized eagle. Around its leg, you see a piece of paper.
I like how there's these tender goodbyes going on, and everyone is just in the back of their minds worried about what the fuck this eagle is.
Yes. It's all very still.
Everyone just kind of stops
Let
and
it go for the
stares at the
eyes.
eagle.
Around, you see
Stop nipping the ear.
you see a familiar insignia on this wax seal on this piece of paper. Arngrim. This is the insignia of Mountainholm.
It's a letter from home. Speak of the kid and they arrive, eh? Here, one moment. I have to read this. So he pulls it out and undoes the little bit of twine.
It's Victor and
Cracks
Dick
the
Butt.
wax seal. It's a big butt. You're gay, though.
Sorry.
Alright, hey,
You'll have to forgive. Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. I wasn't expecting it to go for both your characters to leave this soon, so I'm gonna have to improv this letter.
Sorry about that.
no, that's fine. Dude, wait. I have faith in you.
It speaks about you leaving Arngrim while you're a baker. It speaks about the various things that have been going on during the various mining operations in Mountainholm, kind of expanding further into the mountain and deeper. And then it speaks about something they stumbled across. It speaks of some kind of old temple. Very, very old temple. Some of their historians kind of date it back around a good 6 or 7 centuries or so. And it speaks of how not even their finest stonemasons can place the origins of this temple, and how even if speaks about how even when even sending their most experienced magi down to this temple seems to be an aura that nullifies all magic that comes near it. And it seems to be they talk of a symbol of an eye inscribed atop this temple within a sort of disc-like shape.
Hmm.
Then
Strange.
and then they
Then yeah.
and it seems that this person writing this kind of mourns how you left, and even though you left as a baker, you were the finest stonemason in Mountainholm. They require your assistance to determine the origin of this temple. And it's signed off Malgrig Jornst.
Yeah. Oh. Steve gets a little bit of a more grave look on his face. A little bit more serious. So I'm gonna yes, contemplate on the severity of this. My old excavation leader sent this. It seems I might not have a choice. I am being called back to Mountainholm. They've discovered something ancient that they don't know. Hidden temple of an eye, buried beneath the homes. No one knows what it is, and
Wait, you said an eye, right?
aye, an eye.
Does it look anything like the eye on this strange amulet? As I show it to him.
A great eye rests upon a disc, and it holds the fishes. And I'm gonna look at the amulet and see if it compares to the written description.
It just says an eye. That's all.
The message is vague. I am uncertain.
Yeah,
Let me see
there's
your
no
amulet for a
intricate
moment.
description of this so-called eye at all. It just says an eye upon a disc.
It does not say, so I'm not sure. But if you let me see your amulet, I will commit it to memory.
I hand it over and show him the amulet so he can see the eye visage on it.
What does it look like?
It's in the
I will put it in your handouts there. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, I thought that was available to everyone.
No, I don't do that.
You can hand out specific things to all players or certain players.
Yep.
Well, certain people can't view things unless they're flagged for
Yeah.
all players.
There you go.
You see, he's gonna look it over, and he is going to just grab a rock, a good-sized rock, on the ground, and take out his tools, and he's going to sort of quickly chisel into this floor rock a
Okay.
matching pattern of this eye. Make
Just
sure he has.
you've got your what kind of tools do you have for that?
I have a full set of mason's tools.
Oh, yeah,
Just
go
for
ahead.
purpose.
Just roll your mason's tools with advantage because it's a fairly simple pattern.
Okay.
Just to see how well you recall it.
Not Balthazar, you.
It's off of the same sheet.
I
Still
mean,
rolled a 4.
it's you
I'm
get
just drawing on a rock.
yeah. You get it's fairly simple to do. It's a very simple shape. So you get a rough idea of
You
what
are
it
the
looks like.
finest mason.
Clearly the best.
Yes.
You can't.
We hope your skills haven't turned to shit since you left.
Have you been practicing? What do I get when I roll a 2 and a 4? You know. So with that rough inscription on this very poor sort of, I'm guessing, cracking rock, he tries his best to copy it and hands the amulet back over you.
All right, she takes it back.
Here. You know of Yorthros, don't you?
I heard of the name, and I may be able
The
to.
Dwarven capital to the north here.
Oh.
Anyone could give you directions if you need it.
Oh, yeah,
Just
I've passed by there a few times.
Just up to the north, a little bit more to the east along the ridge, is a smaller sort of military encampment. It's hidden fairly well within the mountains. If you head there, you will find me. I will try to work through the guild to track you and keep you updated and see if this eye matches this amulet. But in the time being, here, and he's going to take out his gold pouch, which currently has 75 gold in it. And he's going to set this down. Won't work with your materials. I know I can get by just fine, and for what I can't pay for, I'm certain Zerth will earn. I want you to have something to guarantee safe passage. And with that, I am going to use my special ability. And I'm going to use Artisan's Blessing. And with that, I am going to create a very ornate little shield. It's going to be like a little buckler, and it is going to be just solid gold. 75 worth of solid gold. It's going to be just runic in dwarven nature, and it is going to have both his clan's symbol directly on the face, as his little holy symbol matching his own shield, and then underneath it is going to be his own personal mark. And that will take me a little bit of time to do, but I just finished a long rest. Just flavor of that is he's just going to hold an ethereal sort of spiritual hammer, and he's going to raise it up, and with a sort of surrounding of these sort of spirits of his own ancestors that will strike down simultaneously with him on this pile of gold, it will swirl into this shield. Then he will pass it on to Sao Yun. This will be my voucher. If you come to me and anyone doubts you, present this. They'll read the inscriptions, they'll know the symbol, and you should be fine. I'm sorry I have to leave, but this seems urgent.
Sayun simply just nods and goes, "It's okay." Anna calls, and the last bit was a bit bitter on her tongue, but she gets the point across.
Alright. Look to Zerth.
Right. Sounds like it will be a tale to tell. Like, I hope you don't mind me coming along.
But he'll sort of rise up, and he'll look to the north. Suppose this is farewell for now, then. Come visit me.
Sean kind of speaks up. Well, if that's these eyes or anything similar, looks like we might be fighting the same battle on multiple fronts. Good luck to you.
And to you.
Safe travels.
With a nod, he'll start just hobbling off.
In its
Yeah.
full majesty.
Yes.
It's both Zerth and Arngrim disappear into the tree line. As you watch them go, probably won't be seen again for a long time.
Sad, but it's not like they're gone. They're just off doing other shit.
Mhm.
Now,
So-
before I forget,
Mm-hmm.
after a good amount of time has passed since they've gone, I'm gonna get my tongs out and I'm gonna take
Okay.
the hammer out that we found in the cave.
Okay.
Hey, Sao Yun.
Hmm?
You want to take a look at this?
While a bit absent-minded, she just sort of nods. Sure.
Thanks. I'm gonna just hold it out with the tongs.
I cast Identify on it. So 10 minutes passes and then I know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's spoken like a real Grunka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
Okay.
it's infectious. They got out while they could. Got them too.
There you go. So feel free to read it out if you wish.
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm reading it now.
Oh, cool.
Shame nobody uses maces.
Not
Well,
anymore.
Somebody used a mace, but they just left. So
I could actually use a decent melee weapon, so
I was honestly just gonna
Oh,
use it
shit.
as a smithing hammer. So you're free to it.
haha.
Yeah,
Alright.
literally, if nobody else wanted / needed it, I was gonna use it as a smithing hammer. So if you need a solid one-handed weapon, by all means.
Well, wait till you hear what it does.
Oh, I'm reading it.
Well, in any case, to everybody else in the party, I'm gonna read the effect, and then I'm gonna flavor it afterwards as Sao Yun. It's an uncommon mace. Whenever a creature is struck by the Kobold Hammer, the wielder may roll a d20. On a roll of 1 to 10, the hammer deals no extra damage. Upon 11 or 20, or 11 between 220, the weapon does an extra d6 poison damage. On a crit hit, the target makes a DC 16 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned. A creature
Ooh.
poisoned in this way have disadvantage on their next attack roll or ability check.
Good for them crits. Some nice extra
Now
damage.
for the flavor talk. It is a weapon that, when striking a creature rightly, can poison them. And rather harshly sometimes.
Oh,
It is-
I should. It just occurred to me. I should actually name this
Yes, you should.
instead of just strange blue hammer.
Feel free to name it.
There we go.
It's a poisonous kobold hammer.
So, just mechanically speaking, they're poisoned until their next attack, or
If
are
you
they
crit.
poisoned?
The
Okay.
poison gives them disadvantage on their next attack or ability check.
Oh yeah, that's
So
the
which
poison
has the
condition. I'm just wondering about the duration.
Yeah,
That's what
one
happened.
turn. It's the turn that the crit happens. So until they do an attack or an ability check that turn, then it's like
Yeah, basically. It's a one-time thing if it's successful.
Okay. So it's basically kind of like cutting words. Like when you crit, they're poisoned, and for their next attacker, or not cutting words, vicious mockery. So they get disadvantage on their next attacker skill check,
Mhm.
but just their next attacker skill check.
Yeah.
Seems so by the wording of it.
Okay.
you can hash out the wording at a later time.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Sao Yun wants that as a general weapon, then yeah. If nobody wants it, then I will take it for smithing.
It's a mace.
It's a hammer,
Oh,
It
perfect.
says mace, but
like a mace hammer. It's shaped like a hammer, but it's a mace
Yeah.
it's a fucking solid block of cobalt. What do you
Yeah.
expect?
with a flat end. Anyway, whoever wants it can have it. Vellum is probably gonna go off and do some fucking smithing. Speaking of, I'm gonna try and find a place to do it.
Okay. Just make a general investigation check to see if you can find a clearing in the trees with ample sunlight.
Damn it, fucking never mind.
It's just
Or you could wait to have Saoyun set up her forge.
Well, I didn't know you could do that, so sure.
But he doesn't
I
want
have-
he doesn't want anybody's help. Remember?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean,
Take it anyway.
does that count as help?
that would
Yes.
count as help. Yes.
I can set up my portable forge.
There's a difference between using someone's forge, because I was doing that, if possible, in towns, but
Oh, so you accept help when it's convenient, can't you?
no, it's not help unless they're helping with the process. It's like, hey, can I use your forge for a bit? And then that's hardly help. That's a location.
Can I use your supplies? Oh, so you want me to help supply you?
No, it's not a supply. Supplies are like metals and shit. It's the location.
Okay, can I use your tools?
No, I have my own tools.
But not your own forge.
Your own forge.
We're just giving you shit, man.
We're teasing you. We're teasing
I know
you.
you're giving shit. This is the sort of line that happens. If it's a location or anything, it's like, hey, can I use your forge? It's fine because he's using his own tools, his own metals, and his focusing lens to produce the flames, quote unquote. So anything other than that, though, is just straight up help. What's Nero rolling for?
Probably to see if there's a clearing of ample sunlight in the trees. Which Neril does find. Eventually, as you guys make your way through the forest, you do find a fairly small break in the trees, and you make your way over.
Thanks. I'm not good with these areas.
Thanks for helping.
So they just went off by themselves. That's definitely not suspect whatsoever.
Thanks for helping me
Totally
find a
not.
clearing.
By the way, Nick Nack, if you're saying anything, we can't hear you. You are muted.
Oh, right. Dog was muted. Well, I muted because of dog. Because,
Ah,
yeah, I
it's okay.
said, would that place over there work? Pointing to the clearing I found.
Well, I have to set up my lens right, but yeah, I should do it. Thanks.
Okay, then.
So, getting help setting up your forge. I gotcha.
No, not help setting up the forge, just finding a good spot. Don't give you shit.
Just finding a good spot
Okay,
to set the
so
forge.
I'm gonna
to
set
say.
up, and I'll do. Let's see, let me just double check. I'm gonna spend 4 hours finishing my armor, hopefully. Because I mean, I feel like everyone's gonna want a bit of a fucking restful morning after the shit we went through, so we're not gonna be leaving immediately.
If you want.
Alrighty, so smith tools. Let me just check what modifier I'm using. Okay, so it's strength. Motherfucker! Hang on, I'm gonna use my fucking inspiration point. This is the second time I've had to do this. Son of a bitch!
Oh, the game does not want you to have a shirt.
It really doesn't. I mean, that's no progress made right there. Yeah, 1 to 9, no progress.
Everyone else is just extremely amused.
Dead on 9.
Don't-
One
don't
higher
worry.
and I would have...
The
One
gold
higher!
from Arngrim's wonderfully crafted shield. It's shining a beam of light in your eyes so you can't see.
Clearly. Oh my fucking
it's
god,
like
seriously.
it's like Arngrim waving his dick in your face while he's not there.
Yeah, him and his
Yeah.
fancy... Oh, I'm just going to magically make
Look, I
something.
can do.
I'm gonna pull this out of my ass with no effort. I'm here smithing away in the fucking woods. But it's just fucking...
Pull out of my ass, no effort. I think you're talking about 40 years of training.
Oh yeah, training to magic up some fucking shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, it's just so vexing because
so-
it's 1 point away from getting 1 point, which completes the fucking armor.
so
Okay, so that's a bust. What's everyone else doing?
Grunker, what are you doing? We've not heard from you in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Just kind of sitting there, being a little sad that left. And I was really doing much. Just kind of, yeah, you can't really do anything. It's downtime.
Just waiting for his next smash.
Yeah, kinda. Like he can't really do much when he's not really in combat.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take the necklace from the tomb and put it on.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Fuck it.
You feel a rush of cold through your head,
Mm-hmm.
and then it subsides.
Hmm. Takes it off again.
Take it off.
Mhm.
No
He
issue.
gives it to. He walks over to Sayun and kind of tugs a bit on her. And he reaches out with the necklace, and he's kind of like, you know what this is.
I do not, but I can find out.
Yeah.
I ritual cast Identify again.
Okay. So for the next
All
10
the identifying.
So for the next 10 minutes, Sonia kind of sits with the necklace, kind of hovering her hand over it.
Yeah.
This seems to be some sort of container for something.
For souls.
Like a phylactery, maybe.
Oh, I was right.
Wait, you're fucking what? A phylactery?
Oh dear.
A phylactery.
This is the first.
Sao's eyes widen a bit as she realizes what this might actually be.
This is the first step of Grunka becoming a lich.
She looks to Gronka and then looks back to the necklace and then back to Gronka again.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I kept this one? I can give you shinies.
How shiny?
I can give you something that's really shiny.
Alright. Okay.
Sao pulls out a potion of invisibility, which is one I picked up from before.
Just for clarity, you put on the necklace that was the one with the rose pattern on it, was it?
I don't know. I just have a necklace from Tomb.
Well, might want to specify
Yes.
next time.
Yes, that okay.
The necklace from the tomb would be the captain's rose amulet that he took and then
Okay.
fucking Rang wanted.
Yeah.
The other necklace, that the amulet that came off the lich here, Nero has.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sao pulls out the potion of invisibility and then shows it to Grunka. This can make you so shiny, nobody can see how shiny. She's not the best at trying to bartering.
Well, make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
This is Grunker DMing now.
Yeah.
Oh god, a game with Grunka as the DM.
I don't think an 8 will cut it.
He's skeptical. It doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense. No.
Even Grunker's kind of beady eyes kind of squint at Saoyun in a very, very, very doubtful expression.
Sayun sort of sighs a bit to herself and just goes, okay. And then hands him back the necklace. Rather unwillingly, but still.
Yeah. Gurgir kind of holds it in his hand. He's not really sure if he wants to put it on after feeling the cold rush. But yeah, it didn't. You said it was
Fucking
just
siren.
like, yeah, it was just a phylactery. It wasn't. It didn't have any other properties.
I mean, that's what it seemed to be. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you wanna do like an Arcana check or anything else.
I'm not sure Grunka is even capable of doing Arcana checks.
It's not like Pathfinder
She
where
could
you can't do
certainly
it if
try.
you're not trained in.
I mean, right. Where's Arcana? It's up there.
So Zerth, I need to get used to that. Siren is walking back to
Some
camp.
Okay. So Grunker, somehow you're not quite sure, but you somehow kind of figure out that this, you know, from stuff that you've tried to read, but you know, not quite all the way through because, well, you're not really that good at reading, but from what.
If there's not a picture every third page, it kind of loses it.
Yeah. But from what knowledge you did manage to acquire, you do know that this was once glowing almost, with a sort of a reddish glow. But now it's not glowing.
Well, put it back on them.
Puts it back on. No, there's no cold sensation anymore.
Kind of looks down at it.
It's already binded to you. Calling it right now.
Wonderful.
You don't know that.
Usually
I mean-
takes an hour at least.
I mean, she did identify it.
crisp.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
identify mean that she would know like pretty much everything about an item?
Not something like this.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I learn its properties, how to use it, attunement, how many charges, if any.
Well, you do know that it's a now empty phylactery.
Oh goody.
It's gonna be fun.
Oh well, oh well.
Oh. Yurka kind of takes out the rest of the half-eaten glowing purple mushroom. Kind of nibbles a bit on it.
Make a
Every time
constitution.
I alt tab into dick butt.
Make a constitution saving throw. So
Well.
you just about managed to stifle down a cough as you bite into it. It's like biting into a very soft balloon, which as your shark-like teeth kind of pierce into it, you get the cloud of spores kind of burst up into Grunker's face, but you managed to stifle down that cough and kind of sneeze out some of these spores. And you take no damage.
Yep. And he put it back in his bag. Ready. And then I guess, I don't know, he's gonna go and see if he can hunt some wraith.
Okay. Make a general survival check. So the rest of you watch as Grunker off into the high grass brush.
Yeah.
And Grunker, you begin for the best part of a couple hours. You begin kind of stalking around the dense tree line and all the undergrowth. You do manage to find what looks like a vole, but as you kind of pounce like some sort of cat from kind of stalking their prey, you manage to you pounce, but you miss, and the vole kind of scurries off into the undergrowth.
Rats. It's gonna
So
slowly move on the way back.
So while Grunker's making his way back, what are the rest of you doing?
We're having deep character moments in the background.
Then please bring those to the foreground for us.
Let's focus on the neural siren thing. I think there's a lot going on there. I think.
Yes.
Oh. So yeah, when Siren pats Neil's head, her tail wags a little bit. Yeah, I don't really remember seeing people that prideful, but I guess he would have a reason to refuse help for making his weapons. At least that's how he conveyed it to me.
Siren just shrugs as she walks along. It's like, that's true. But then again, having a piece of armor is better than having a blade hit a piece of armor rather than your internal organs is usually better. Pride makes for very flimsy armor.
This is true, but there is another reason why I called you. I wanted to see if you're okay in general, seeing as, well, you know, we're the only ones left, really.
Death is, even for people like us, something that must be accepted sometimes. And it is not like we cannot avenge them. I know at least the captain's spirit will be quite satisfied when we in the lives of those who are responsible. And who says
Yeah.
that upon ending their lives, that's the end of it? She says with like a small smile and like a wave of her fingers, kind of drawing attention to the fact that she's a fucking necromancer. So
That is true. Just, I want you to be careful when you're doing this. I don't want to lose you too.
no.
As she like hugs Siren's leg.
Siren like stops in her walking and just kind of hugs Nero, patting her on the back. It's like, no, it is fine. You will not lose me, not for a good long while. And these people are not like, they are not like the people we once knew. We will have to be secretive of our capabilities. You know that my type of magic, along with Balthazar's, are usually frowned upon by those, particularly like our half-orc and the other orc as well.
From what I know, they seem would be okay with it so long as it was used for good. I was only worried about Ungrim. If he found out, he was the one who seemed to have the biggest issue with your kind of magic.
Then again, it seems that all these other ones that we are facing are of, how to put this, inferior races. So, they have yet to see what a demon can do with this magic.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what our next move is, but I was kind of hoping to travel with them for a bit more. After all, I do kind of owe them a favor for helping me rescue you and our brother.
That's true. We are in their debt, for a while at least. And the Black Hand always pays its debts. Us and the Lannisters.
She chuckles a little bit, rubbing the back of her neck. Yeah, they do.
Okay, so moving over to Balthazar and Vellum. What are you talking about?
Oh, we were about to wrap up.
Oh, come on.
Son of a bitch.
It literally was coming to its conclusion of, oh well.
Well, at least you can give us a TLDR of what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, you do the
We can share
TLDR, I will type.
Okay. We've been going over Balthazar's sword. Balthazar had chimed in, continuing Siren as she walked off her statement of, wow, the guy was interested in the metals and stuff, but he really can't craft. Maybe we shouldn't give him the precious metals and jewelry because he's doing a shit job. And he's like, I'm not doing a shit job. Balthazar's
Well, to be
like,
fair,
"Oh,
and
come
it
on."
was only the metals he was interested in, not the jewels.
Oh yeah, no, we were interested in like, oh, can he craft stuff? Can he make jewelry? And we were like, oh no, he can't. So Balthazar comes out and be like, hey, I can't help but notice you're kind of shit. Maybe the reason you're shit is because you're just throwing yourself headfirst into the task and you're not going through the steps to warm up and get into routine, you know? Kind of like you do with swinging a sword. You don't just swing a sword, you get into your stance. Maybe you could do that. And he's like, you don't know me. And I'm like, no, but I know you failed your first impression, and I also know I want to see you succeed. So, maybe touch up my sword next time you want to craft, and once you're all warmed up with touching up my sword, you can then move on to your own armor. You know, once you get the juju jive going.
Yeah, Vellum was basically saying it's like, hey, I could just finish it, but it wouldn't be the best I can do, so I'll keep going. And it was more a case of like, hey, we like just met, you don't know what I'm capable of. And especially if he was in the tomb, he would definitely have a fucking different opinion of Vellum. Less about fucking hacking and slashing away, and he's just there like,
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's a great swordsman, but not a good swordsmith. You know, you can work on. There's no shame in that. Shit.
Yeah, but yeah, it was just basically a back and forth discussion about sort of viewpoints and stuff like that. So yeah, what's everyone else doing? Or are we ready to sort of set off?
So,
Yeah.
quick question. By the
Mhm.
time Siren and Nero get back, would the interaction between Xiaoyun and Grunka have ended, or not yet happened, or in the middle of happening?
For sure, because
Yeah.
Vellum was spent 4 hours doing that.
Yeah.
And this discussion is sort of happening roughly around the end point of that.
Yeah, and by the time this is all kind of finished and done, it's probably around midday-ish, around specifically about like 1:30 p.m. or something. So you spent the best part of the entire morning kind of relaxing a bit after this
Yeah,
this shit
getting
show.
hold of ourselves.
Alright, just curious. Because I know Siren, upon seeing Vellum get frustrated, because I imagine it wasn't like the final hit that suddenly everything went wrong. It was like he was having issues throughout the entire thing. So that's kind of why she, so she would have left about midway, but still.
Okay.
But, so, let's see. Have that. Since Siren has been going, since she, Nero, and Balthazar have kind of been a mercenary group that's been traveling around, would she know where these mountains might be? That we kind of have no clue their location.
I would say
Well,
since you since you are demons from a faraway land, I will say make a general nature check with advantage, because you have been kind of traveling around with the Black Hand.
well, I was going to say I did kind of get a view
Oh yeah,
when
yeah.
I was quote, flying there, so I think I know the general direction. I'll just have to
Yeah,
find something
yeah.
familiar.
Shh. Spoilers.
Shh, secrets.
Secrets. So yeah, you probably be better asking Nero.
Okay. Well, then Siren was going to ask. Kind of compositing and trying to work together to figure out where it kind of is location-wise.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm still going to roll.
Oh,
nature,
yeah,
but-
yeah. So yeah, just drop. I mean, you get a general idea that the Garen's Ridge is essentially the ridge of mountains kind of bordering the entire continent of Mardi, between kind of separating the continent of Mardi with the Whip of Fire, which is the area between Mardi and Ragnarok.
All right. Alrighty then.
You know, I'm gonna be a bit honest. I was kind of curious if anybody would pick up on what Xiaoyun did earlier before Arngrim and Surf left, but
Working on something kind of like hiding.
he,
Arngrim, I was interested as a player, but Arngrim just trusts you. And he's like, I'm working on something. Okay.
Hmm.
So, I want to know as a player, but I have a hard time getting that in.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. Everyone was decompressing still from the previous events.
Yeah.
a mix of decompressing and saying goodbyes.
It's a lot of emotional strain.
Yeah.
Good quality
good.
RP, I think.
And Gronka may or may not be a lich now.
Oh dear.
There's a lot more involved with being a lich.
Oh, me neither, know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Siren might.
You don't
'cause
just
she
put on a
did see the
necklace and then you're a
phylactery.
lich.
Yeah. Maybe he'll just start hearing voices, who knows?
In before he can smash with necrotic.
I'd be more worried about just wearing it. So is Grunka actually wearing it?
Yeah, Gronka's wearing it.
He wore it, he put it on, he felt the cold rush towards his head, he took it off, and then he handed to Sayun, who now figured out that it was now an empty phylactery, and he put it back on and didn't feel anything, so now he just kinda have it on.
Lols.
And no one else knows this but Sayun and Gronka. So no metagaming. Gaming.
Secrets.
Secrets.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've been watching this guy fuck up and smelt stuff for a while.
I know it's off by with my sister.
And honestly, Siren doesn't care enough about the goblin to like note like, oh, he's wearing a weird necklace now. Cool.
Aww, poor Gronka.
I mean, she just met him like what, an hour or two ago.
But he's too
Yeah.
adorable.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's everyone doing now?
I am off looking for anything I could possibly use to make some interesting and useful potions.
Okay.
Define useful. Do you mean like healing and mechanical stuff, or just silly gimmicky things?
Useful, like possible poisons to apply to the Gronka axe, potions that could heal or speed people up. Basically, if I can find a use for it.
Does she like announce that that's what she's doing? Or does she
No,
just kinda
actually, because she just
Yeah.
is used
Just
to
kinda
traveling
wanna-
with a group who understands how she works and thinks, so
yeah, she just kinda walks off without really
I just
saying what she's
assume
doing?
that people know she's off to look for alchemy supplies.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
So
I said the only
if you're searching for specific ingredients for like these potions, I would say make a survival check to see what ingredients are viable in the general area.
Dang.
All right then.
Yeah. You find what looks like a root protruding from the ground, and upon it you see kind of tannish kind of like tannish coloured series of mushrooms.
Oh, the famous Ongrim plant.
This is a very different kind of mushroom from what Arngrim kind of scavenged during that one night.
Oh, let's see. Well, would I make a alchemy roll or a arcana roll to see what this plant would be useful for making?
This would be a nature check to see what these ingredients are.
Okay then. Ooh.
Well, I mean, they're definitely alchemy kind of ingredients. You've seen quite a lot of when going to various kind of alchemy shops, you often see the various ingredients kind of lined up on the on various shelves for purchase and whatnot. And these seem familiar to what you've seen in these so-called alchemy shops. You're not quite sure what they are.
Well, I'm going to take it and put it into my bag anyway.
Okay.
Into my alchemy satchel.
So just mark off 2 mushrooms and 1 strange-looking root.
So 2 mushrooms and 1 strange root.
I should say 2 unknown mushrooms. That's all.
And these turn out to be the Mario mushrooms, and I turn into a giant.
Yeah.
Alice in Wonderland style.
Let's see.
You can see on the side of the ingredients because it says "eat me."
Don't fall for his lies. I like to think that there's a breed of mushroom that has somehow figured out language and writes that on itself in spores.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it regardless. I mean,
It
even
preys
people
on
who
stupid.
know about mushrooms are like, you should never eat mushrooms you find in the wild. Like, it's so easy to mistake them for something else.
Literally, all you find in nature throughout this campaign will be mushrooms.
You son of a bitch.
All the mushrooms.
While so Siren would know what Neural's doing.
Okay.
So she's actually going to grab her book and accompany Neural, and basically whenever Neural finds something and goes about like
Okay.
harvesting, Siren's just gonna sit down like the base of a nearby tree and just study her book. Try
Okay.
to basically decipher the things within it.
So.
Nothing mechanical.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
It's just basically
Bells,
prepping for next
doorbell.
level.
Bing bong.
So I just discovered a feat that lets you not have disadvantage on wisdom checks. When
Is it called common sense?
No, it's called Skulker.
Hmm.
Dim
like
light
common
doesn't
sense.
impose disadvantage on the wisdom perception checks relying on sight.
Can't believe I wasted another inspiration die for nothing.
Yeah.
I still love that mental image. It's just like, it's doable, but this is off. Start over.
Yeah.
I really like that. That's a really good. I like the perfectionist is a good trait.
Atlas.
Yes.
After we've wrapped up, I would like to pull you aside for a quick minute,
Sure.
if that is possible.
Yeah.
Just a quick little ERP flash.
You know how it goes.
It's just some details I need to work out.
Right. Okay. So what's happening?
Slan.
Sorry, just had to grab the doorbell.
RP, lots of RP,
RP.
in text form.
RP in text, but somebody was having a talk with somebody. I think it was Sao Yun and who?
After
I
this,
just
that's
need
after
to
the
talk
session.
with Atlas about
Oh,
something.
okay. My mistake.
Other than that, I actually think we can wrap up, sort of,
Okay.
looking at the time and all.
So as you all make your way back to the campsite, you see Sean kind of readying himself, kind of holstering his weapons for the likely oncoming battle. Right, shall we move on?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. And I'll be able to know where we're going if I can, like, look at a map and something.
And you, I think, Sao Yun, you've got a map with you that you've been sharing with everyone. Hence the
Yeah, I was about to say that does raise a question of who has a map and
yes.
who's it we've been using. So
Yeah.
is Sao Yun the only one with a map, or have other people got them and they're just like, let's just use this one?
You've got a map to share with the group.
Okay.
Simon, can I see your map, please?
Sayun takes out her map and unfolds it so everybody can see,
Okay.
more or less.
So you've got kind of a Nero. You see on this map, kind of sketched out are the current places they've been so far, and other places that have been sketched out by probably other people. the goblin hideout marked with a charcoal cross, and you've also got the cultist hideout again with a charcoal cross, and then another charcoal cross that's unfamiliar to you called the Circle of Stones.
Oh shit! Yeah, didn't the wizard guy mark that for where there are people?
No, that was the border to Malrin Forest. Speaking of which, I should mark that out. Yes.
Okay, so we're here, right? And points to the general area that we're at.
Which is the cultist hideout.
So she's going to start looking for any landmarks that she saw while she was quote-unquote flying to see if she can figure out about where the mountains are.
You do see the general kind of outline of mountains across this clearing, but it's pretty hard to see with the tree line.
You know, from what I saw, these mountains over here do look pretty promising for what I saw. It's hard to tell though with the tree line there.
Well, one thing that I've always found useful is to find the river and follow that.
Oh, right, the river.
Rivers are a good way of finding various things. An excellent way of finding nearby towns, as rivers usually are a good indicator.
Okay then. So yeah, I'll start looking for rivers that were close to what I saw while having the vision. See if that'll help at all.
Just make a general survival check to try and find any semblance of water.
Nope.
I mean, there's a couple puddles around left over from probably a recent downpour of rain, but nothing much else.
Yeah, I can't seem to tell, really. I've narrowed it down to a few possibilities, but at the moment I can't do much more than that.
Maybe if we keep walking, we could probably find a stream or something that feeds into the larger river.
That seems like an idea.
Yeah, if we keep walking the way we came, we could probably find something.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you make your way further down the through the forest, back the way you came, you eventually do come upon the horses you left behind again.
Oh hey, they're still alive somehow.
Yeah, they seem to be fairly tired. They seem. You do notice what looks like the kind of like matted fur through the thick brush. It doesn't seem to be moving.
I mean, one is white, one is black. Pretty hard to miss.
This fur is brown.
Right, somebody else's horses? Shit. Somebody stole our horses and replaced them with shittier horses.
No,
Who does
that?
there is what looks to be kind of a lump of matted fur sticking out from the brush, and it doesn't seem to be moving.
Poke it.
Hayden,
Closer.
sorry?
No
So,
one said anything.
so how far away is this thing of fur?
It's about 10 feet from the horses.
And it's Manford doesn't seem to be moving. Are the horses acting spooked?
It seems to be fine.
Alright. Saren just walks up.
Yeah, as you walk up, this seems to be a dead wolf.
Man, our horses are awesome.
And you can see the head seems to have a very nice kind of hoof print, kind of dented right into the skull.
That's what you fucking get.
Saren looks back at those like, you have what horses?
Sayun simply looks at Saren and just shrugs her shoulders a bit. Maybe?
That is very impressive.
You are a very weird group, aren't you?
Trained by the very best, I imagine.
Well, at
What
least
are
they're
their
not dead.
names? This he looks around. It's like, do they not have names?
Ebony and Ivory.
Yeah.
I thought they were Sunny and Cher.
Like Ebony and Ivory, I can understand. I do not know Sunny and Cher.
Ebony and Ivory were the ones we had for the cart, and these ones are Sunny and Cher because they're different, I think. We named them.
No, we kept Ebony and Ivory.
Oh, okay.
We
What am
brought
I
them with
thinking
us.
of?
Gotta admit,
No
your horses are badass.
But there's only 2 of them. How are we all going to fit on it? Because I didn't hear mention of a cart around.
Yeah, didn't we bring the cart with us and then we left?
Yeah, you
I
did.
don't know where we lost the cart at some point. At some point, we just stopped having a cart.
Well, yeah, because we were trying to sneak.
You
and
brought.
can't sneak
We'll
the
say
cart.
you brought the cart with you, and the horses.
Okay.
And
Because I mean, we were riding here with the Sneak Master. I don't know if we brought the cart.
We did
I didn't
bring the
hear
cart.
mention of it.
We did
you
bring
brought
the cart.
you brought Ebony and Ivory. You brought the cart, and Mr.
Oh.
And the guard also provided you with a couple extra horses.
Right, we brought the cart, and then when we got close enough, we went on foot because carts are noisy.
Yes.
Saren kind of nods approvingly. He's like, awesome.
Well, I guess let's get on our way.
Yep. So you'll mount these horses. You've got both Balthazar and Siren on Ebony. You've got Saoyun and Grunker on Ivory. Velum and Neril on one of the other horses, and Agent Hayden Sean here takes the last horse. So you've got 4 horses in total.
Yeah. And it actually fits because Saoyun is gonna be a bit more watchful with that necklace on
Hmm.
Gronka's neck. Call it paranoia, but she has a bad feeling.
So, as you kind of kick your reins, you begin to head off east towards these ominous mountains, and that's all. We'll pick up next session.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right on time considering we started half an hour late.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Now, let's get to the fun stuff.
What,
That's
Skittles?
Skittles.
Yes. Because holy fuck, that was amazing.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Yeah.
That was definitely tense and harrowing.
Also, the non-restrictive sort of turn order thing was actually kind of nice. A bit
Yeah.
chaotic, but fitting.
That's exactly the point. It's chaotic, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
So let me calculate XP here, because I know you lot are want to level.
Oh, we're itching.
Right, so that was a lot of spiders, I'll give you that. So that's a hefty amount of XP.
Ooh.
That's,
we did kill quite a few of them.
that's 50, that's 100, that's 150, 200,
5,000.
it's 200, that's 400, that's 600, 800, 1,000,
Fuck me.
1,200. Yeah,
I know that's split, but goddamn.
yeah, that's a pool of 1,200 XP.
Someone math.
Divide by
1,200 XP divided by 6 is 200 apiece.
We got enough to ding!
Also,
how much
before
Just
And for the hefty amount of good roleplay you did, I'll give you an extra 100 each.
Woo!
So
Nice.
how much XP do we?
so we're at
add
28,
altogether?
29.
I'm totaling it right now.
Yep,
28,
29.
Aye. What's the next level? Yes.
No.
29.
6,500 for level 5.
What do you say? 6?
6,500.
Yeah, it effectively doubles every time. Well, no. The distance between
Not quite.
doubles.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, get feet. Everybody gets their feet.
Well, I'm gonna pick the thingy.
While everyone's doing that, should we do Skittles?
Yes.
Bad.
Atlas first.
Yeah.
16
Quick
strength,
question:
16
are we doing
dexterity.
averages with health? Like if you roll lower than average, we take the average. I forget.
It's
Yeah, we-
it's in the rules there, the
Yeah.
campaign information.
Ah, right.
Also, quick thing. Can we let Grunker go first because?
All right. Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. Let's see. Let me just see here.
Take a view.
What does it say about the HP now when you level up?
The HP is you can take average or roll. If you roll and it's below average, you take average instead.
Oh, right, yeah.
Remember, the average of a dice roll is one higher than the middle of the number because you can't roll a 0.
Yeah.
So if it was a D10, you average at 6. Plus you can't.
On rolling for hit points, just roll the regular way. If it is below average, then take the average instead. Because no one
so-
likes to be like made of glass.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I guess I roll.
Also, everyone's rolling max health so far. Oh, you ruined it.
Yeah, I rolled a 6 plus.
Everybody rolls max health except for me, who has a fucking 1.
Well, you take the average.
So wait, but the average here would be, is it 12 plus 3?
So that would be 7.
7.
Because you can't roll a 0.
So you get 10.
Max.
Nice.
Oh,
I'm
man.
ready to not get
Good
that.
shit.
So I get 10 extra HP?
Yeah. So
Alright.
7 plus 3, that'd be 10.
No, that's 6 plus 3.
6. So, no, sorry, I'm thinking of Conquer.
I get 9. 9 HP.
You'd get 10. Because
Okay.
while 6 is half of 12, you can't roll a 0, so it starts at 1.
Average is
Yeah, the
half
average is-
plus 1.
Half plus 1 is your average.
Yeah, but
So
I also have a
7.
plus. But I also have a plus 3.
So 7 plus 3 is 10. So you get 10, not 9, my buddy.
Alright, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm
Now
confused.
watch me roll and watch me roll bad.
Okay.
You're leaking.
Oh wait, that's actually
Yes.
pretty nice.
Yeah.
You at least get the average. That's what it comes down to.
I can actually take a few hits now.
I have 44 HP.
I
Fuck
have
you.
29.
35.
Fuck you even harder.
I have 39.
I have
I'll be right back.
32. I think I'm the squishiest of the party.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
I have 16 armor class
Well,
now.
we also have to take in consideration that I am have no armor class.
Yeah, I have
True.
16 armor. I have 16 armor.
Although, granted, I may be the squishiest, but I have the means of the longest ranged attack. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, now I have 16 strength and 16 dex and 16 constitution.
I'm gonna take a feat because feats are fun.
To
I
take a
didn't really
feat-
find.
What feats would be useful for a sorcerer?
Yeah, I didn't really find any that was good for me. That gave me like a lot of bonus stuff. Although I think I'm gonna take like Skulker next time.
Skulker.
Skirkle.
I don't know
Something,
if there's
something.
any feats that would be good for me.
Either
There's
way.
usually not many
It's like
feats.
Only
that
thing I
use
get
casters.
at 4th level is my ability score improvement, which everybody gets, and I get a an artificer mod. So once I have the gold for it, I can kit out my gun.
Didn't we just get like a lot of gold?
Oh
Yeah, we gotta
Yeah,
sell it
two-
first.
2 solid gold ingots.
Well, we gotta
With-
sell the jewels or gold or whatever we want to do with them. But
Well, I mean,
Any-
to be
any
fair,
non-cash-
gold is measured by weight.
Hmm.
So
yeah, any non-currency valuables, we have to wait till we get back to a town to sell before we turn it into gold.
Any non-standard gold can fetch maybe 80% of its total value when sold, unless we barter for
Yeah.
it.
Just
which we might
just
get
just for clarity, what you got in there is an onyx, a quartz, a citrine, and a star rose quartz, and two medium quality golden bars, and a set of 3 fine leathers.
you said 4.
Oh, four, yes.
Right. Let's see what feat I can pick. I don't get anything else fancy at level 4 besides that, which makes sense.
I
I'm gonna up my
max
second
out-
wind to
I
plus
max out
4.
my charisma. Or good for yes. I feel like I should max out.
Guys,
Mhm.
you know what I just realized?
Yeah.
If I take the right amount of multi-classing in different classes, I can gain a whopping +4 just from fighting styles.
Oh yeah.
And that, but here's the thing, I only get a +2 from archery fighting style if I multi-class into fighter. But I have a mod that also specifies I gain the benefit of archery fighting style, but it doesn't specify in the rules as written that it doesn't count as archery, so they go together.
Wait. Say that again.
I can mod my gun so that I gain the benefits of archery fighting style without having it. And if I multi-class into fighter and take archery fighting style there, it counts on top of the other one. Call me a nut job, but I do love Munchkin thinking a bit.
I mean,
I would
you're
argue
an
that
artificer,
is not
it's
the
kind of
case.
in your ballpark.
I'd argue that that's not the case. It just means you no longer need the mod to benefit because you already have because you now.
Oh
have
right,
the
we were
mod.
doing Skittles, weren't we?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Skittles.
I've been patiently waiting.
Sorry.
Sorry, lovely.
We got excited about our feats.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah. It was a pretty cool encounter with spiders. It was pretty nice, however tense, as have already been said. It was a bit hairy when people were starting to get webbed, and the breaking out attempt didn't really go that well. Yeah, it was neat. It's very nicely done.
Okay, so who else wanted to go?
I guess I can go. Well, let's get the bat out of the
I'm
way.
back. Sorry about that.
That's
Something
fine,
broke
that's
and it was acrylic, so I had to go clean up a bunch of little powdered shards of death.
Oh, lovely.
It's okay.
Well,
Okay, what did I miss?
let's get
We're doing
Skittles.
let's get the bad stuff out of the way first. While I did love the chaotic feel of the in-between actions, it could use a tiny bit of structure. Because I kind of sat there waiting while you went back and forth between everybody else and talked over each other
Yeah.
as well. So
Yeah.
a tiny smidgen of structure on that part would help, but I do like the chaotic feel, so that's a plus. And also, theming of the whole spider thing, lovely.
Yeah.
Just lovely.
A thought on that, you might consider like people can't take more than 2 actions in a row or anything before everybody's gone.
Okay.
Just a thought to consider.
Thought.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your Skittles, but that just I didn't want to lose that thought.
And I'm actually done with Skittles, so I didn't have much besides that.
Okay.
I myself, I enjoyed basically all of it. No, I can't think of necessarily anything that sticks out. The only thing, and is that I feel like the looking for the spiders should have been perception instead of investigation, because
Right. Okay.
there's like investigating is like looking around, touching things,
Seeing
turning things
for
over,
clues.
whereas perception is like purely visual. So that is
Right,
the only
okay.
thing.
Okay.
It's the only thing I can think
Because
of. Otherwise
perception
it's-
and investigation have me confused sometimes.
An easy way to
it's-
remember it, Joe, an easy way to remember it is perception is looking with your eyes, and
Right.
investigation is touching with your hands.
Okay.
And clue finding.
Perception can also be like your sense of smell or hearing or things like that. Yeah, but,
Yeah.
but generally
Okay. Got it.
it's the responsive senses for perception where it is what's his face, like noir detective or
Sherlock Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes for investigation.
Yeah, investigation you're trying to figure something out. Perception you're trying to detect something.
Yeah, there you go. It's the difference between finding clues and doing the mental gymnastics to put the clues in place.
So who's next? Because I mean, I kind of want to go next because I'm behind.
Go
Yep.
ahead, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Negatives, referring back to Duck's point about sort of glossing over certain people in the midst of a chaotic situation, which is understandable. There's a lot going on, especially with the time pressure that you were adding, which was a good use of it. You just like, it's chaos. What is everyone doing?
Yep.
There's spiders coming.
I should have literally added a timer there.
Yeah, all the best things you can do.
But yeah, that was the only negative I could think of. I would say, as a severely minor point, try to be sort of mentally keeping track of roughly, not like super specific, but roughly how long we're focusing on a character.
Okay.
Because then it's easier to just be like, okay, we've been with them for a bit, and then boom, we're onto you. What are you doing? Sort of thing. Positives, you did great at multitasking certain things because we had 2 different parts of the party at separate ends of the river trying to do their own things. I mean, Velen was in a river for a while. Everyone else was struggling with spiders. They were both sort of equally important to people trying to get over. People firing from the other side. It was a huge mess, but you managed to execute it phenomenally well while keeping that tension that you were aiming for. So it was a really good job. You're especially good at letting people play the characters. Because I mean, in long rests, the amount of time I've had DMs just be like, okay, roll your perceptions, you're done. You roll your perceptions, you're done. But you're giving us time to sort of let us explore characters and how they interact with each other, which I am a huge fan of.
Yeah. Is that
But
is
yeah.
that during the downtime, the camping?
The camping, but also in terms of just when things are sort of quiet.
Okay.
Because there are times where we're talking in character in the chat, but there's like when we're vocalizing things, like you give people moments to do things instead of just being like mechanically. It's like emotionally, not mechanically.
Yeah.
But yes, mainly in the camping bit, you sort of gave people time to be like, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Sort of thing. So yeah, it's me done. And also, quick question: we're able to use Xanathars, right?
Sorry.
We're allowed to use Xanathars, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the
I mean,
original.
you're a
Player's Handbook
samurai,
and
which is a
Xanathars.
class from Xanathar.
No, just making sure. I'm looking at the feats there. Anyway, that's me done. I'm a skedaddle.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Thanks for the session.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one, dude. Nice seeing you. I got most of it in. I'll give some Skittles next if no one has any other thoughts.
Yep. Go ahead.
Go for it.
I wasn't here for the intro, sorry. But from what I hopped into, it is instantly chaotic and a controlled chaos in a fun way. I've done the no initiative thing before where you just kind of wing it. That's a really fun way to play. It definitely feels a lot more freeform and a little bit more old school. And I think the best way to handle it is like as was suggested, and this comes with experience. Just like look at how long people are doing something. How long is it lasting? You know, has this guy had several turns back to back or done really lengthy things? Is he trying to do more? Well, you can say, okay, you're about to do that, but as you're doing this, we're gonna pop on over to Avon. Avon, what are you doing right now? You just saw him, you just saw Nero throw the firebolt. And take down a spider and is preparing to throw another one for the one adjacent to it. How do you want to respond to this?
Okay.
And you can take initiative out of the equation entirely, and you can decide who goes. You can say, okay, you're caught off balance. You've been investigating the locked chest, so your attention was on that. You didn't see the ambush, so you're lower down on the order of people who are reacting. You know? So you can control the pace that way too. But it was fun. I'm an RP just sucker, and the role play of this was really fun. And when you're calling for like dice rolls, they feel like they're more appropriate. Like not everything is just a bunch of dice rolls on top of anything for like nothing. It's like to catch the rope, that makes sense. It is mage handed into your face. You don't have to catch it. That makes sense. So it feels like the game is becoming more streamlined, and it's when we have less to do with over the top dice rolls, we can get more RP in, and that also can build up for more fun mechanical moments and planning too. So I think it's a win-win. So you're doing great. I didn't find any flaws, so I don't know
It
what
was a
bad
really good session.
Skittles to say. Yeah, I don't have any bad Skittles. Just reinforce the good Skittles.
Yes.
So I would say that while the chaotic thing worked for the spiders and like time limit stuff like that, it definitely I wouldn't adopt that to everything.
No.
Just while it did
Just
make
for
combat
the
feel kind of fluid, there's also a reason why
It fit
everything
for
is kind of
the time
weird and
pressure
paced out.
moment.
Normal.
No, so
Other than
I'm
that-
not going to do that for everything. That was just to, get that sense of panic going.
Oh yeah.
And it worked. It was nice. Like even though I was sitting there kind of chilling back watching because I like all my people were on the other side of the river and unable to do anything. I was like, shit's going down. Like I'm watching this shit. And I mean, Inzerth did help. He got Vellum up and he threw the torch over so we could see. So, you know.
Yeah, that was nice. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, I'll just ask this right now, Jana, if at some point you could possibly fix my dark vision, because I can only see 40 feet away from me before everything turns completely black when I have a very high range of dark vision.
Can I point something out?
Yep.
Nat, the way you say dark vision, it makes it sound like you're saying dark vision.
Oh, that may be partially due to an accent. That may be partially due to how bad my computer is.
How far is your dark vision supposed to extend?
120 feet.
Jesus. Oh right,
Yeah.
you're the sorcery subclass.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same as mine, and I kind of done like a little bit as well. It still like does like 15 feet or something extra past to 120 feet. And then I think if an area is also lit up in the end, it shows that entire area as well. So like for example, when I was just at the edge of the water in the spider tunnel, I could see like the hammer down there, even though it was like maybe 240 or 140 like squares away.
Well, yeah, I mean, light penetrates darkness.
Yeah.
It may not illuminate the floor, but you can see it off, you know?
Yeah, but it just kind of like, you know, it showed the whole tunnel. It wasn't like light, dark, and then light again. It was just all light.
Oh, so what you're saying is you saw the spiders coming and didn't warn us.
I saw the hammer. I didn't saw the spider.
It'd be
that's
metagaming
what I
if
was-
you
I
warned
was
us about the
messing with you.
hammer, the spider, or the dead end.
Well, I mean, I wasn't real sure if I was actually supposed to be able to see it. Also, I couldn't see like all of the thing. I wasn't entirely sure it was a dead end.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah.
Again, like light sources do their own thing
It's
dark
a
vision.
little bit wonky. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky.
And now I have to figure out what fucking spell I want.
Right. So I'm going to end the stream here.
Yeah.
Alright.